Welcome in, everybody, to the 2026 Spring PUBG College Royale. I'm your host, Stax, joined by Kalaris and Porosaurus. Wonderful to have you guys here, fresh off the PGS, and now we get to zoom in from the global stage down into North America and specifically the collegiate scene. How you guys doing today?
I'm doing fantastic, man. I'm really excited to get to see this, like a bunch of players that we don't really ever get to see. Like, I'm always about young talent rising up, so now we're getting the opportunity to see some of that young talent in PUBG, and I'm really pumped about it.
Yeah, I'm not about that. I want to see their opportunities squashed on the battlegrounds. I want to see one winner prevail. And I know I do. I'm a terrible human. I'm sorry, but I'm very excited. It's all going to go down for sure. Yeah, I never really get to actually cover this level of PUBG at all, or this level of esports in its entirety after so much time in esports. So I'm excited and pumped to see how it's going to go, Stax.
Yeah, great to have you guys here. You know, two titans of the scene, experts for sure. You're going to be guiding us through all of this. Listen, I told you I was going to pump you guys up, so now you guys got to deliver.
I gotta live with it.
Let's dial in here. What is the PUBG College Royale? It's very simple. It brings college programs from all across North America, the U.S. and Canada together for scholarship prizing and, more importantly, bragging rights. Let's be honest. It's a huge opportunity for these players as well. You know, you mentioned, you know, you're not used to seeing a lot of these players. You're going to see a lot of players kind of getting their chance to shine under the spotlight. We had 3 open qualifiers, won by University of Toronto, Collin College, and Centennial College. That gave them a boatload of points and almost guaranteed that they would be here in this final 16. We took 13 more teams to build our grand final pool of 16 teams. And now, here we are. Now, when you look at this kind of event, it's going to be standard fare for a lot of people. But there are going to be some new eyes here on the channel today. Gentlemen, why don't you go over just a little bit of the format, the point structure, and the maps we're going to see today.
Absolutely. So we are going to start on Miramar. It is 6 games today to determine who will be the winner, but we are going to start with 2 games on Miramar, followed up by Tego and Rondo. And then, of course, we'll be finishing up things with 2 games in the grassy pastures of Erangel that everybody should know and love so very well. And as far as point structure goes, again, a lot of you, if you're familiar with PUBG, are familiar with it. But if you're not, James will break it down for you.
Yeah, absolutely. It's 1 point per elimination, so there's plenty of eliminations on the board for all these teams all to be able to stack up across the 6 maps that are going to be going down. And if you're able to win the game, you're going to get points off the back of that. It's 6th, 2nd place, all the way down from there to 8th place. If you get anything under 8th place, you're not getting any points on the map as a whole here. And I'm particularly impressed by the fact that Toronto as a whole, via those qualifiers stacks, just looked awesome across the board. So maybe Canada's going to be able to take all this and put Poro to shame.
Imagine if the Canadian schools put the American schools to shame in the game with guns. We will find out. When the dust settles on Erangel, the team that does earn the most points will take home their share of our $15,000 scholarship prize pool. And it is $6K to the winners who come out on top of this whole thing. And we'll bring up the prizing in just a moment here, but you know, $6,000 for the winners, $4,000 for second, and then it just goes down from there. $3,000 for the 3rd place team, only $1,000 for 4th, and then 5th and 6th, $500 each. Everybody else, gentlemen, they get to see their name on the elimination feed every now and then, and we might see them outside of the highlight reel. You want to be on the highlight reel, but you don't want to be the subject of the highlight reel. You don't want to be the victim on those reels, as we saw so many times. And it really was the Canadian teams, guys, that were featured. If you were watching any of the kind of top 3 highlights from the open qualifier stage, you saw University of Toronto. You saw Alberta. There were a couple of teams from Alberta in this thing, and you guys know as well as anybody that a day like this, especially only having 6 maps, can take a lot of twists and turns, and the value of being the last team standing means a lot of teams could be very much in contention by the time we get to Erangel for the last 2 maps.
Yeah, those placement points are going to loom large, and it's really going to depend on if any of these teams decide to kind of take hold of this and just run away with it early. So we see it all the time. If a team does really, really well at the top and they've kind of secured everything, then that makes the cut lines all the way down the rest of the leaderboard so much tighter. So you're seeing, you know, 4th and 5th separated by 1 point, 2 points here or there. So good mechanics will get you really far in this game, but you're going to have a little bit more if you want to come out on top, James.
Conversely, I think that as well, the elimination points as a whole might actually make huge swings, right, in a lobby like this. I think that compared to the actual pro scene itself, I think overall the skill level between some might be a higher disparity to like where like it's to the best and everyone's really good at shooting. However, here, there might be some teams that are able to mop up a ton of elimination points. And if they're able to, edge that out quite nicely, say they get a decent circle and a decent center position, and they're suddenly farming up eliminations, that could put them so far ahead if that disparity looms large as well.
Well, let's talk about the strategies as well, as you started to touch on that, especially these early maps. It's very easy once you know what the standings are going into the last couple of maps to know, okay, like we really got to pick it up. Do you feel like there are going to be teams that are going to be kind of hyper aggressive and try to pick up those elimination points early and try to be much more aggressive, Poro? Or do you think that we're going to see everybody just kind of feel each other out, not want to be that first team out, and just try to be averse to conflict?
I think you probably are going to see that, but I would like to see the teams kind of adopt a different mindset. You only have 6 games, right? Yep. So you've got a very limited amount of time to kind of make your presence felt. So as far as strategies goes, obviously if you're in the first circle or second circle and you've got a great compound, obviously you want to stick around in that. But the problem is that a lot of teams just know to avoid that, so your elimination points aren't going to be so high, and by the time you get to the late game, it's kind of, you find yourself in this position where if we don't win, it's kind of like nothing, we didn't really get anything out of this. Alternatively, you could be one of the teams that comes in late, plays the edge, starts listening for fights, and you start making your way over there and try to get your eliminations that way, and just kind of put placement secondary. If we get it, we get it, but we're going to try to get our points through the elimination style.
And to pull the veil back a little bit, in pro games and stuff like that, generally, people are thinking, well, how do they sort out all of their drops? And how do they sort out all those conflicts? A lot of that in the pro scene is decided earlier in Discords. Like, people are saying, well, this is our spot. If you want to come and challenge us, you can. However, that we're going to be going there. So there is a potential where all of these teams, have had a spokesperson set aside for those drops. And then maybe they avoid conflicts like that. But still, those middle location stacks are going to still potentially see some hot drops, right? They're high value. Picardo, Power Grid, all these kinds of locations often do see those conflicts, and if you win them, well, got a potential advantage there.
Well, let's get everybody set up for our first map. We are going to start 2 rounds of Miramar before we then go to Tego and Rondo, and then, as mentioned, finish on Erangel. What are we looking forward to starting off here on Miramar, gentlemen?
I love the terrain on Miramar. It's one of my favorite maps. I think for a lot of the pro players, this has kind of grown to be one of their favorites over time, just because the terrain gives you a lot of different places to hide. You can play around open fields. You don't necessarily need to have one of those compounds. If you are one of those play styles that likes to play from the edge and kind of hunt things down, hunt fights down, it kind of offers you more opportunities to do that than maybe some of the other maps. When you're fighting in Erangel, there's trees kind of concealing everything. You don't have the trees on Miramar. Everything's out in the open, so it can be seen from range. So I'm excited to see if, first of all, if was there that Discord where the guys kind of determined where the drop spots were going to be, or are we going to see a whole bunch of people go towards the same spots, or will we see something a little bit more casual to start things off?
All right, well, it looks like everybody is ready to go here for Miramar, when we're going to kick things off. Again, 6 maps being played today, the first 2 on Miramar. We'll see Tego and Rondo once each. We'll see Erangel twice. And I believe we've got the word that we are ready to go with our very first map. Here we go.
All right, we'll take it away. Thank you very much, Stacks. Me and Poro here to bring you the first game of Miramar. Best of 6 will determine who is going to be the champions, Mr. Poro.
Oh, this is the home of El Diablo right here. Yeah, I gotta sit up on my chair a little bit. I gotta get my gamer pose on, get ready for this one. We see the plane flying across. You see a pretty casual plane path, all major points, pretty easy to get to. But again, that question, did they have this conversation to determine who's going to be dropping where? And if not, will we see a bunch of teams right on top of each other? Gonna have to keep these this list of teams up. We're gonna be figuring out as we go, chat, and kind of this determining who is who. As I see that's South Carolina, I think, going to Southern Los Leones, and then you've got UAB off on Partona on the chicken leg.
I mean, my question was going to be, Poro, who's asserted dominance? Who's going to go Picardo? And it looks already like GMU is going to be able to claim that. I was thinking maybe there was a team underneath them, but I don't think there is. I mean, maybe we'll see this develop. Likewise, Power Grid, obviously in international waters, a good old Twisted Minds home. Being able to take a spot like that for UMW is very, very strong as well, right? But it looks like, hey, we do have a hot drop going down.
We do indeed. Over there on the high ground at Chuma Serra, and it's actually University of Toronto, one of our teams that saw a lot of victories, and they're going to be going up against Haskell Indian Nations University. I think they only played 1 week, but they were so dominant that they found themselves in these finals, and now they are squaring off to start things off with one of the top teams in the lobby. So a big fight here to start things off.
Yeah, it's a very common hot drop location. We see it in internationals as well. As Hinu just sitting around in the warehouse, but unfortunately for them, their opponents have kind of spread themselves out in a bit of an arc around this location, so they may potentially have better angles against all of this. It looks like Hinu's working with a little bit less loot than they may like. Any crosses here are kind of dangerous. So peeking around the corner there to have a take a shot. That is a really lovely shot with the P92, actually.
Going in gutsy. He's got the armor, he's got the helmet, but all he's got is a pistol, and that is, I think more keeping track of maybe just being a distraction, James?
Maybe. I was scared for him sitting around on that corner for long mode, just in case an alternate angle was going to come down in. Bimp Liskit, what a name.
Fantastic name.
Gonna be sneaking around. He's rolling, man. He's rolling.
Dude, it's going to be nothing but Limp Bizkit references for the rest of the day when this guy's on the screen. I'm just telling you. Well, I think Dogeman might have spotted him. You see these using that third person perspective to kind of keep an eye on what's coming out, and Dogeman, he definitely spotted him, but he's gonna go in. He tried to call a friend to give him some assistance, but it doesn't matter. Bimp Liskit will get the double knock, and that is going to be the dinner bell ringing for Hinu.
Yeah, nice eliminations. Shotgun around the corner of Bimp Liskit again. That's 3-piece for him. If he gets all 4, that would be spectacular from Bimp Liskit. He's actually going to be moving a little bit more aggressively now. They fat peaked on this kind of TPP mode, and that is deadly against some of these corners. You cannot be doing that in these hot drop scenarios.
Oh man, he had the call too. He spotted him on the side, and he called for backup, but they just, as you said, peaked a little bit too wide. And fortunately for Toronto, Mr. Lemon at least able to get the knock and flush onto Panda. That'll be 1 point picked up.
Boom.
But Toronto down in 15th place. I don't think anybody saw that one coming to start things off.
Haskell Indian Nations, no, very well done there on that hot drop scenario. Now the question is, for a second Miramar, do we see it again with how dominant that was? Right, if it was me, I'd be going somewhere else, looking at how Hinu was able to play on that out. And see what's going on. But the circle has, of course, we did get that going much earlier whilst we were watching that hot drop go down. Centering on Puerto Paraíso. Now, this location, we know it very truly and well. The fact that those fields northwest of Puerto Paraíso become a huge focal point in some of those compounds. We'll see a lot of teams try and congregate there. But for the most part, it's been slow going on the rotations. Everyone's playing it kind of steady right now.
Yeah, this is one of the things that I guess is a little bit different between this collegiate scene and what we typically do see if you're a fan of the pro scene, is that by 4 minutes in, usually every team is in vehicles and making their way into the rotation, unless of course they're planning on doing a late wrap or something. They're super far out of circle regardless. But Utah Valley obviously dropped in Puerto, and they've taken their time. They've decided to play out from this spot on that coastline, not going for that center circle position, as you said, that sees so many circles kind of fall on top of it typically over time, looking at our historical heat maps. But again, we don't know if these guys, have that kind of access to that kind of knowledge. But as a result, look at University of South Carolina did their looting up in Los Leones. They're able to get out. They're kind of scouting around right now. They've got their high ground. They're going to be able to get a lot of information about what the center of the zone is looking like here as we see Bimp Liskit. Yeah, that was a rough double pick.
Yeah, especially with the iron sights on a Scarell as well. I mean, he's actually not even working with the best of tools to be able to make that happen, but they gave him such a free angle on that push around. It's just a little bit too bold to be able to go around there. As now we have a few other teams going to be moving on down here. Utah is actually scouting out a little further into the circle, not quite towards the middle of this just yet. They're just waiting and biding their time before they move a little bit further on in here. So that's fine for them.
You know, I am seeing that Utah Valley, they're playing with 3 players, so that might have an impact on not wanting to go for those center positions, rather just kind of play slightly off center, like give yourself a good spot where you can kind of see everything. But if you're only playing with 3, you don't want to get crashed by a 4-man team playing the top spot, right?
Well, I made a mistake, obviously. I was looking at GMU as the same color, Poro.
Oh,
and Utah are the ones that are in Paris, so I apologize.
Well, GMU, they are making their way in, and they're kind of looking towards that center circle position. Now, it looks like UVA and USC have already kind of posted up around the middle there, but it looks like GMU should be able to kind of bisect them without getting too much trouble going in their direction. And look at that. You know, after winning that fight against Toronto, will get Panda Haas back on his feet, so they'll remain 4 strong.
Yeah, not bad. I wouldn't be surprised. So one thing I had as a theory coming in is that people playing center would have a much bigger advantage compared to, even in the pro scene, compared to like actually playing edge play on this, because edge play actually, especially in TPP, takes a ton of finesse, and especially when you're having to go from elimination to elimination, if you kind of have barrier teams set up and things like that. But I do have a theory that maybe old Hinu here might be able to do something with it if they come late to the circle. I think that hot drop, it looked good, man. It looks good.
They did. They definitely. I mean, now I will say I was a little bit worried about for Bimp Liskit, as he got spotted out. Like, they knew he was there, and they had the right call. They tried to go for the double peek on him just to ensure that they would come through, but it just, the timing was just so slightly off. And good for him for capitalizing on that. Great shots. Are
we going to get a Partona bridge situation here? Because there's a team moving in underneath them, IUB, as Alberta is going to be looking to maybe lock this down. That surely they're going to be here in the cars soon. Are we going to be able to react, though? They've got themselves the bus. What can they do with it? Looks like, okay. They're going to stop. They realize that there is some danger ahead.
So this is University of Alberta B. Is that University of Alberta A somewhere else in here? I'm not sure if they're... Yeah, they're already on the inside of the zone. So, okay. So 2 University of Alberta teams, but AC, they... is this... Okay, it looks like they were thinking... Yeah, they were thinking about it, but they're like, you know what? We're so far out of zone. We've got the free path in. Let's just go ahead. They already know we're here. They can hear the shots coming through. So no harm, no foul on their part.
If it was me, I'd be bridge camping it.
Of course you would.
That would be fun. That would be fun. Bloomington here, moving in a little bit slower underneath them here. But again, as we were kind of talking about, them only being 3 as well, makes their cross behind a team a little bit treacherous. And rarely would you actually have a team in a circle like this on that rotation path down there if you were going to take that direction. So I think they were... right to be cautious, not go gun-ho all the way straight into them and try and make it work. But we will have some more of these rotational paths dissect across one another, as PSU here actually driving alongside this position. Will they be able to do anything against St. John's? I don't think so. I think they're diverting. They don't want any of this by the looks of things.
Yeah, and probably a smart play, as they're kind of 4 deep in a Bronco right now. It's But this is one of those fights where game 1, you probably don't take it. Game 4, game 5 starts looking a little bit more exciting if especially if you're a little bit lower on the leaderboard. And you also have Harrisburg up there, University of Harrisburg, near and dear to my heart. Harrisburg University of Science and Technology.
I've heard bad things about Harrisburg, Paul. No, I don't know about you. But...
Well, I may have been the former director of esports there at Harrisburg University, and they are only a fantastic program. Yeah. Very glad to see them in here as well. Look at that shift, James. Oh my God.
What? There's no way.
There's no way.
Okay, so
the first game?
There's no... Okay, how do we explain this?
This is where it gets really interesting, guys.
If anything, this is almost potentially the most rare circle in all of esports and PUBG, but actually Centennial's starting things off big along the road, along the coast side. If you can take control of the coast side in this, and there is a world where we end up going to the islands, which is like a 1 in 1,000 in actual esports settings, because technically right now, Poro, this is technically possible. It technically could go that way. I can't believe what we're seeing.
This is beyond shock. I mean, look, we've been doing this what 7-8 years now. I think I've seen one circle that ended out here in an esports setting. Yeah, obviously you've seen them in scrims, stuff like that, but like when there's actually stuff on the line, it is so very rare to see one even cut this far east. And now obviously it might not be an island circle. Oh no, this is beautiful from Utah Valley, and this is exactly what the plan was, right? Like they knew that they're a 3-man. They wanted to play kind of going into fights, looking out for fights, and as a result, they end up catching, I believe that's University of Alberta. After they made that rotation from Partona, they catch them out and they find 2 right off the bat. So 2 eliminations picked up, easy peasy there for UVU Gamer. Such a gamer. Such a gamer. It's in the name.
He's gaming out of control right now, that's for sure. But yes, I think that one thing that's going to become very scary and evident about what we're seeing right now is that there are already teams pitching up alongside that road on that east side of what is technically the mainland. And a lot of teams might end up playing scared. Oh my days. Bloomington is going boating.
The boatation. I mean, honestly, with this circle, not a bad idea. Not a bad idea at all, because look, you know, we talked about it already that this is such a rare circle, but what typically happens in these circles, at least in my experience from a very long time ago, is that you know, if it does go to the islands, it just turns into a free-for-all. Like everybody is just running into everybody. You're taking every single fight, trying to get as many eliminations as you can, because you've already just chalked off like, okay, we're not getting placement off of this. Let's just try to get our points somewhere else. And so, but the thing is, we don't know for sure that this is going to the island yet. So nobody wants to make that full commitment into the fight lifestyle just yet.
I think one of the terrifying things about a circle like this is actually the center point of our next circle. If it's to go mainland, it has to be such a hard shift relative to the other circles that could have drawn. That there's actually, I feel like, almost a higher likelihood we go to islands. I can't believe I'm saying that, but because that central island that nobody really actually ever really goes to, it's the 2 main islands that you would go to in an island finish, is so central. I might be convinced. I can't believe I'm saying this, Poro, because I'm so shocked and scared.
Oh my goodness. Well, we already see Mary Washington now on the clock. They've got Penn State rolling right into their compound. Immediate knock and flush there onto Hiru as UMW just holding the line. This is good work from Penn State. Okay, this is good. This is why those teams displayed that patience earlier on and did not start getting into those fights just in case something like this happened. Well, Penn State, they had a fight taken right to them, and they are going to get taken down. Very cleanly done there by Mary Washington.
Yeah, very good holdout and good angles on that approach as it did all go down. Puerto Paraíso still a bit hot as well, though, as USC getting shut down a bit by Hinu. Seeing what they can do about it, but we flick on over once again to all of these teams kind of scrambling towards the circle now. They're all kind of embroiled in these edge fights at the moment. West Virginia getting bombed out. It's Gats, the man himself here, making something happen for GMU.
Now, we don't see too many familiar names, but that is one name that we are very familiar with. Young Gats playing for George Mason, as George Mason kind of holding the line, trying to find a way here between West Virginia and UVU. Meanwhile, South Carolina going to try to get a little bit of a reset here. I think that's Clem. Yeah, going to get Colt Pup back up. Milky Way Blue still knocked and not anywhere near them, really. This is a dangerous revive to go for. We'll see if Hinu can kind of get their reset. It looks like they get one back on, and they're going to get the flush, but immediately Clem will peek and get the knock on a Sluky.
Yeah, not bad. Gats finishes off shirt as well, so that is done here. West Virginia still trying to hold out on some of this high ground towards the top, but again, the Blues are going to be against them, so that will be a problem about their movements when they actually try and get a little bit further forwards, because GMU is wrapping around on this. Gats is making the call and making them move into a position where they can completely hold this out. Berg starts it off, though. Jimmy goes down. Not a bad little start here. Oh, a few shots go his way as well. But the Sandstorm's going to be covering this for a moment.
Oh, this is the worst time for a Sandstorm, or the best time, depending on your rooting interest.
Yeah.
Dukemeister looks like he's bleeding out pretty quickly, so he might be on second or third knock at this point, how fast he's going down. And now the blue zone has arrived as well. And you can see they're already on the move. It looks like West Virginia doesn't really want a piece of this, as you see Tego for University of Alberta, the last player left alive, and he's just trying to survive. He's on the island out here with Indiana University.
Well, I think that one thing for them on the island is when you get a circle like this, you're guaranteeing it's basically going to be going to the mainland at some point. So if you're on the island, you kind of want to be figuring out, okay, where are we going to be going from here as fast as possible?
Exactly. Yeah. Oh, Evan Quora going to get spotted out. Last one. Looks like West Virginia, Berg and Dinks just stuck around a little bit later. The rest of George Mason try to make their ways in as, the Utah Valley, again, only a 3-man, but they're just exercising so much control on what's happening over on the edge here. The smoke's going to keep George Mason alive for the time being. Looks like Gats has already managed to get inside the zone. If they don't see him, he could be a problem. Like, there it is. Nice shots from Gats. Will take down Gamer. And now UVU needs to reset.
Yeah, you've angered the Toad Licker here. I think that if you do that, you need to get the Gamer back on board, get some smokes down, try and cover that angle. You can see the barrel of the gun as well sticking on out there from Gats. Knows that he's on that tree, but he's moved down to the ridge line. I think he can actually get this res off thanks to the smoke actually blooming now. Berg does go down. Gats being able to shut that down as they send it on through. And another one as well. Dinks goes down. It's Gats taking a lot of eliminations. And that's no one in that car. Nope.
Shoot at the ghosts. They crept out of the smoke. They heard it coming up, rolling up. But hey, you know what? That's free Uber delivery there for UVU now that they have to make their way north into the zone, but they need to deal with GMU here first. And it looks like Gats has a shotgun rider now, so 2 guys. They do have a little bit of a ridgeline here to play with. The other fortunate part here for everybody involved is that there's no other team third-partying this, so they have time to work this out.
Yeah, there's not a lot of teams like holding big swathes of space, right? So it's everybody kind of cramped into locations. Kind of how it was on looting as well, as not really getting that many cars on board, with people only getting like 4 in one car and stuff like that. But Faye goes down. GMU still doing a little bit of work here. I will say, though, for kind of Utah, they're actually stalling this out pretty darn well compared to actually going up against a 4-strong team on this edge. So kudos to them, and they're still surviving. It looks like GMU was actually disengaging from it. Yeah,
GMU did a really good job of being able to kind of disengage from that, as you said, and looks like UVU had to stop down just to get their knocked player a little bit closer into zone to go for that revive, and they'll get him back on his feet, and then they'll be on their way into the next zone here. As we see Centennial, they do have what's left of South Carolina right in their midst, but South Carolina playing it really, really slow.
It was really good of Indiana to identify the one location which was going to best serve them crashing back onto the mainland as they got to the one compound that was still open from another boat play. So very well done by them. Alberta B looks to be drowning very soon. Sorry, Tay-Day, to be able to do anything with what you've got going on. And more nades going forward. It looks like, GMU is just totally happy playing this edge style at the moment. I think if you've got someone like Gats on your team, he's going to be able to coordinate an edge play style at this level far better than some of the other teams, I would say.
I would think so, yeah. I mean, that's a guy with boatloads of international experience, so well, maybe not boatloads, but definitely more than the players in this lobby. So, but you can see 590, 635, get a double, and he's got one more. Faye, the last player left alive. He's hiding behind the Murado as long as he can. Gas wants to be careful with this one. Gets him low, gets him dead. That's it for UVU. George Mason up to 8 kills, 7 in the bag for Gats.
Oh, we knew it was going to happen once we saw him on the list. And it's looking good. Centennial's ahead of him now, and actually some reinforcements may come up the hill to try and shut down what GMU is going to be offering. More nades go forwards. Its Sniper does actually have to move back away from this. The problem for a lot of people in this lobby, though, is that Virginia has a great spot, and Pornhub doing him well against its Sniper here. And now it's up to Gats to really do something, but they've got a boatload of points from this already. I think they're going to be happy with whatever goes down.
Yeah, you're never disappointed to have 8 elimination points, and we'd like to be able to make it into placements as well, but it looks like Centennial, they realize the situation with UVA. Yeah, this is just clearing your line, making sure that your backs are cleared, and they'll just continue playing in from the edge. As we see St. John's kind of doing the same thing from the north. It looks like they've got their eyes on IUB after they have made their way over from the island. They are now pinned down.
Nice.
All our red teams playing from the coast. What does that tell you?
I don't know.
Something?
Rivers of
Anything?
blood.
There we
The
go.
oceans of blood. We're almost here. It's looking rough for them. I mean, the thing is that eventually transitioning against those warehouses, which are going to become a huge focal point, and already pretty much are for Virginia, will be difficult for some of these teams. One thing I do think, though, is that because it's like a 3 warehouse location, there is a world where someone crashes on that west side, and nobody has lines of sight on that movement if they do come that way. So if someone finds that weakness where Virginia's holding up, that could be a way into not only podium, maybe even a win.
Yeah, it's extremely hard to try to hold that whole thing down as a 4-man, just because of how big it is. But the fortunate thing for UVA is nobody really electing to try to go for that crash just yet, and instead they're fighting here on the edges once again. Mary Washington, after their big fight against Penn State earlier, they're now turning their attention over towards St. John's, and St. John's coming out the loser here. Doc, the last player left alive, he's going to go down.
Nice.
As Mary Washington now up to their 7th kill.
Through the smoke as well, and being able to track that target into that smoke. It's not easy, that's often. Oh dear me, a bit of a disaster. Oh, it's an absolute field of eliminations. That is 5 going the way of Clem here. I wonder if he's a StarCraft fan. But anyway, Colt Pup still doing a little bit of work against Mary up towards the top, because that is going to be a bit difficult for them to now make this transition. Also, Virginia's looking their way as well. They need a lot of smokes to be able to survive here, Poro.
Oh, they do. Such a sneaky play from South Carolina, able to get right into Indiana's back line because they were so focused on the north. They just had nobody looking on that coastline, and very, very clean 7 kills now for South Carolina. The problem is now that Mary Washington, I believe, is down to a duo. But yeah, I think that UVA is kind of keeping Mary Washington pinned down. So South Carolina can just kind of stay in this compound on the coastline and just wait it out as we have made it into our placement points. We're into the top 6. South Carolina Colt Pup also going to pick up that P90. That is not something that you want to see running across the screen to you in the late game, as that is a monster of a weapon.
I think Virginia might have done something quite smart there for the moment. I think that they believe a lot of the threats from that north side have been eliminated, so they've repositioned themselves across the warehouses to try and like focus on the west, the south, where they've kind of been paying less attention to, as well as the hills kind of rolling down into those warehouses, right? So there is a world where that might come back to bite them if our team in the northwest decides to just hit that hard on the north, but I don't think they're gonna. I think they're gonna try and control the west and then come in from that angle.
Yeah, Mary Washington, not much left in the bag. Try to get inside the zone here. We'll see if Neb can stay alive as the last 2 remaining players from Harrisburg are going to run into University of Alberta A. Shots coming through, but not enough to get the knock just yet. Hemord going to have to retreat. Life Green pull back down here a little bit, as well as now this is just University of Alberta. I think they were looking to see what their press was going to be onto that UVA compound, and they ended up getting snakes in the grass right behind them, so they can afford to just kind of take their time with this one and finish off HU.
Yeah, I think for Alberta A as well, they don't quite know how many people are on this side, right? I don't think they quite snooped out that it was 2 people, but if they knew they had the man advantage, maybe they'd be pressing this a little bit harder. But if they can take this away from them, and they will start things off, Life Green goes down. Another one maybe here for Hamster. Will he be able to finish it? Yes, he does with the MP5. That means now this high ground here, after those eliminations, should be theirs, conceded to them. Virginia might have some tall tasks on their hand if multiple teams crash eventually.
Yeah, you can see they're already starting to think about it. They're leaving one behind. You kind of have to do what they're doing at this point. You know you're 15 alive, keeping everybody as close together as you can, just for when this kind of does eventually hit. Probably the better play here, as you see Centennial still have just a hair of high ground inside the zone. Meanwhile, Neb's still trying to fight his way in, but looks like Clem and South Carolina have spotted him out, and should not be much longer for this world. I don't think that Neb has too much utility left in the bag here to get across the road.
No, I don't think so either. I mean, how many... They put up a lot of eliminations, right? That's a really good start, despite them being on this edge situation the way they are. But it should be gunned down on this kind of move that they may want to make. South Carolina's repositioning as well, making sure that they're covering their backs with some of the terrain that is available to them against those warehouses. As Centennial is slowly trying to figure out, okay, how are we going to move across this? Because they're going to get pushed in by the blue here soon, I think.
I think you're right. And unfortunately for Virginia, now they've got South Carolina on that low side. They've got an angle here as well. So, and actually, I think South Carolina's angle is onto Centennial. And look at Centennial, again, just a small bit of space to play here, but they are taking knocks from Alberta, from the far side. 2 knocks down. Can they get those reses back up? It looks like UVA maybe not realizing this position here, as Hamster for You is just taking this whole thing into his hands and starting to just rain terror down on Centennial.
Okay, some smokes. What else can we do with this? There needs to be a move eventually. I still have my concerns for Virginia, even though they've had this compound for a long time in this game. But if these other teams around them do not conflict and manage to get down to either the warehouse or some of this compound as a whole, the problem is for a lot of these teams on the edges, they don't realize that so much of this is open for them to be able to try and crash in and kind of hold down on. So if they're able to get full scouting information of that and take some of it, it would be very powerful.
Blew out a wheel there on the Bronco, but it should be enough to get them in as Centennial continues to just creep forward again. And I think you're absolutely right. Centennial just not getting the read here that they have a path down into the zone and might not have time to, because they just keep taking knocks from range from Alberta.
Yeah, if you'd have had a smoke path full down there as opposed to having like 5 smokes in their location that they were, it could have been easy peasy. But they have now, made it have Alberta down onto this. And this is where Virginia is going to turn their entire attention to. Surely they're going to be able to hear these steps very, very soon. And they're going to know that this threat is encroaching. That will open the door to the other teams to be able to take spots in this compound. Yeah,
this is, I mean, honestly, this is playing out perfectly for South Carolina, even though they're down to a duo. If they can avoid all this early fighting, the fight between these 3 4-man teams, they could be in a good place here as Alberta is starting to get picked apart, but a nice trade there from Centennial. They're going to get involved. So everything going South Carolina's way as Alberta will try to stop down here. Going to go for the res on the Hamster for You. UVA going to make sure that that one is flushed out. So down to just 3 for each of these squads.
When does Centennial go whole hog, though, on a kind of third party on that warehouse? If they saw another knock or 2, this could be an opportunity. Waddell is down here. This could be a perfect time for them to try and backstab this position and see what's available to them. They're going to throw some flashes forwards as well here. Maybe reinforcing on this side. Okay, they have a few nades. Maybe they can make something happen with lethal util. Or, if you want to save it until the later game when we're in a much smaller circle, there definitely is some high effectiveness there, potentially.
Yeah, it's just playing it with an abundance of caution on the part of Centennial. I think they...
I get it.
Yeah, I mean, I think they maybe realize that they're... it's UVA, it's also Alberta inside there, so they don't have a really good read on exactly where all these different players could be playing from. Meanwhile, South Carolina, they're chilling now. They're just, you know what? Thank you. We'll just be quiet. We'll play in from the north side. We'll come and get involved once you guys are all damaged and beaten up a little bit more.
I think the terrifying thing is, Poro, is the center of the next circle is directly in between all the warehouses. So there is just going to be this moment, if people don't want to move right now, where everybody has to flood out of all of these buildings and everyone's shooting at everything. I'm not sure how that's going to go down in the end, but something will occur. Something
indeed will occur. Well, you see South Carolina already taking that high ground spot, trying to gain a little bit of information. They are sitting on actually a pretty decent... Oh my God, that P90 is just filthy. But, you look at the utility situation, like ColtPub has a bag full of treats that he can use if this gets all the way down to the end. Now that knock, it's not going to get confirmed. They'll be able to get him back on his feet, but that's armor down, that's helmet down. And when we're coming to this final circle where the dot is in the middle of the open, knowing that makes things a lot better.
I love that I'm seeing a lot of MP5s in these loadouts as well.
Yeah.
It was like, I know that technically, like, actually having M4s, having barrels, having AUGs is kind of the way, but there's nothing like a good old MP5 down. Like, just have it. It's a great, fun gun to use.
Especially at close range, too, right?
Yeah, yeah. In these kinds of scenarios, it's not quite your P90. Don't get me wrong, but, you know.
That's a nice Molotov. Maybe Colt Pup. A little bit of a misread on exactly where Hamster is hiding out. But they know that somebody's over there. That was going to try to follow. Oh, that MP, there you go. Case in point. You see how much damage it does. And as soon as the Molotov hits, he's got to go for a run. And that's going to be stolen away by Virginia. So that's a point out of the bag for South Carolina. But now everybody knows that they're there, right?
Yeah. You know, what was unfortunate there for Hamster is actually hit some great shots with that MP5 as he came along for that molly throw. Wait a minute, what was in the other hands? Did he have another MP90? Or was that... anyway, regardless. It looks like Virginia's going to be able to flex on out here and try and shut down this move here from Centennial. This is a good little ridgeline that they have to work within, considering the circle's closing.
Okay, Alberta taking off the field. Venny V, the last one up. And now, nice play from Magna.
Nice.
That was the anchor position for Centennial. That was the person that they left behind to make sure that they didn't get wrapped on. Well, Geoff is going to be taken down, and now Centennial is going to be wrapped on from both sides. They know that South Carolina has that hard cover, but Virginia still has a little bit of high ground here that they can play around with. And here's where all the utility starts to rain down. If you've got smokes left in the bag, now's the time to use them.
Virginia was doing a good job of actually shutting down lines of sights, whilst also denying some of the movement from the Centennial. So that was okay. But at the same time, I don't know how you're going to be able to deal with some of this if Cold Pop is going to be able to do something about it. Down Dark is down. Centennial's also doing some damage to Clem as well. So it's all on Cold Pop to do something with that P90 here. Virginia's quite wounded, and Centennial is all bunched up. If one nade hit that location, it could be lights out.
Oh, that's the problem. I don't think UVA has any nades left, and it might not be anybody with any nades left there, as Virginia will get taken down, and now it is the trio from Centennial against one P90 in the hands of Colt Pup. He finds Pornhub. And now, don't give him 1v1s. Don't give him 1v1s. He gets the second one, and now he's got a low man. No, Centennial pulls it off. Oh, it's so close for Colt Pup, but he took just a tick of blue damage, and that put him down. But what a play there from Centennial to secure the victory, but damage done from South Carolina, and most of that done as a duo, James.
Yeah, some really cool individual players as well. I don't know if Colt Pup's able to get away with all of that if it's not a P90 in his hands. I think that makes that significantly easier to try and pull off, but it almost worked out. I think if he had a few more seconds there to not have the blue pushing him Poro, that could have worked out. That was really close.
So close. And remember, he got that P90 off of that push onto Indiana. So I think Indiana was the one that was that had the P90 in hands, but they got taken by surprise by the duo from South Carolina. So a very, very rough and interesting game to start things off. No time to get reset as we are getting ready to go into game number 2, but we're going to take a quick break before we do. So guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
And welcome back to the PUBG College Royale. Stacks alongside Porosaurus and Kalaris. We just saw our first map on Miramar. We'll be going back there in just a moment. Centennial College, gentlemen. They get the win. It sure didn't look like they were going to. Yes, they had the advantage, but they were all just kind of funneling into Colt Pup at the end.
Yeah, look, it was tough before that because they were kind of in that position where they weren't sure about if they could go and third party this other team. They're the other two fights, and then and then you don't want to give anybody a series of 1v1s if you're gonna down to like a 4. You don't want to give him 1v1s, especially not when he's got a P90 in hand. Colt Pup probably should have won that if we're being honest, but fantastic clutch play at the end there from Centennial.
I think one good thing about what they were able to do as well is the understanding that University of Virginia, despite having what was technically such a strong middle position for so long, didn't have pressure on them, so they were trying to figure out exactly what they were going to be doing from every single building and having to transition between them, but then not really being able to put enough pressure on edge teams to be able to deny them kind of route in. So they kind of crumbled under a bit of the pressure of multiple teams coming in from multiple sides, like University of Alberta A as well, which really divided their attention so much to the point that it gave Centennial that route on in, and I think that they were able to work wonders with it, so good for them.
Good for them and good for South Carolina. They got second place out of this as we bring up the leaderboard here. Centennial does go number 1. They also had 7 eliminations to help them. You look at those 9 elims, though, from South Carolina, many attributed, of course, to Colt Pup. UVA, as you mentioned, they'll be third going into our rerun of Miramar. And then you look all the way down the bottom. Only 15 teams ultimately playing in our competition today, and you look down at like Toronto and that 1 point they got, even though they were the first team out because Haskell hot dropped into them. Still you get that 1 point. Yeah. You get as much as you can despite not getting the result you want.
Yeah, of course, Hideo PUBG actually got that one person back up anyway, and then managed to walk in towards what was Palato Paraiso, losing a fight in the end, but getting themselves 6 eliminations, right, which was very important. I think one thing that we've really got to focus down on here, though, Poro, is the fact that George Mason, 8 elims. I think that it's not an if, it's a when this team gets into a late game and allows Gats and them to kind of unleash, right? Because I feel like a win surely happens for them in 6 games.
Yeah, I mean, if I was a betting man, I would put my money on that for sure. Like they look very strong. Obviously, Gats looks really strong, but as a team, it looks like their comms are pretty solid as well. So 8 kills to go. Like with again, they were playing from the edge. They were already down, but they were still managing to get points here and there. New PUBG actually is. I got my eye on them. Like having that aggression to go into a hot drop with Toronto, who was one of our big players coming into today, like that. Then they also only played I think 1 weekend Hinu PUBG did, and they won it. So like they got really high. Like they are a very, very solid squad. So we'll see what happens if they're not chasing circle.
Are you on board with this, Stacks? Do you think that Hinu's not going to have to deal with the hot drop again? Because they won it so decisively. I think their opposition might go somewhere else on the next Miramar.
Well, obviously it depends who you drop into, right? Because remember, Bim Pliskett did get caught out. Like, he did not fire first once, after the double pick. They turned around, they finally found him, and still didn't finish the job. I think that Toronto kind of going to be kicking themselves a little bit because, if they're able to finish him off there, then maybe Toronto could kind of turn that around. And, you look at these teams that get no placement points but still got the eliminations. Haskell went on to get a total of 6 out of that map, and Toronto might just kind of be kicking themselves collectively going, that could have been us. That could have been us.
Could have been. Well, I think this is also one of those things where, like we were saying during the game, this is a wild circle. Like, it's not one that you see very often at all. So these guys didn't get any chance to just come in there with a slow warm-up of a very easy 100% playable circle. Like, they were forced into the thick of it right off the bat. And so, hopefully that shakes whatever rust off, maybe gets them ready, and you still got 5 games left to play, fortunately.
I think one of the wilder things that could have been is that Indiana University and Bloomington could have quite easily, had you had that second shift go all the way to the islands, they could have ended that game with a win and 18 eliminations, right? If you get a circle like that, given that it could have potentially gone there, and again, we almost never ever get the potential of that circle, never mind the circle, and we almost got there. What a crazy start here, Stacks. Crazy.
Yeah, and it looked like there was kind of that shift in, you saw Haskell, they wanted to go for eliminations. George Mason, they wanted to go for eliminations. Indiana was like, yeah, let's go hide at the edge. Let's make that high risk play of, well, if the circle ends up out here on the islands, we're going to get all the placement points and everybody's going to have to come to us. Unfortunately for them, that didn't happen. Now we'll go into Miramar Part 2, and we'll see if it's a more favorable circle.
All right, thank you very much, Stacks. We'll check in with you after the game. Yes, I'm curious to see if there's any shifts from that Chumacera situation, because this playing path is going right over it. That means those two teams, if they're not perfect on their drop, might end up having someone down on the ground with a gun already, and you're in the air and you're still coming down and you are vulnerable. So that makes it all the more dicey.
Well, that's the other interesting thing about Chumacera, right? Is that it's you've got pretty much a natural bisecting of the city. So
True.
You've got the high side, you've got the low side. Even if you wanted to keep going back to the same place, if you're Toronto, if you're Hino, you can opt to go for the low side rather than the high side, and you can make that call very late. And it looks like Hino, they're going to kick the high side of Tuma once again. Toronto, they're not going to stick around and deal with it. They only have 5 games left. They want to try to get as many points as they can right now. So we'll see them opt on for a different place.
Yeah, the prize pool is scholarship. I mean, you don't want to be able to risk it in hot drop situations. You had your fight, you lost your fight in the game one. Okay, do we want to risk it again? Definitely not, as we have all of these teams dispersing. Now, what was very noticeable to me, Poro, compared to what we're used to in the pro scene, is how the teams drop here and how they utilize the space around them, because it's not the same as like your normal pub game or anything like that in kind of esports settings. You actually, if you have an open drop area, oh wait, this is actually towards Brickyard. This is a bit closer than I thought it was going to be. I can talk about bigger concepts in a moment, because this could get spicy here for Indiana.
Yeah, Indiana actually decided that they wanted this, and now Odd is pushing in, and Larry John with the VSS, the very sneaky sniper, gets that point picked up easily. Cyber and Factor, though, they're still heading over in this direction, so Indiana maybe electing to be a little bit more aggressive this time around.
I didn't even realize you called it the very sneaky sniper. I love being in the bush with the very sneaky sniper. It's great fun.
I've been sitting on it. I've workshopped it a little bit. We figured it out.
Okay.
But I'm going to take it and put it into the rotation, I think.
I like that. I like that. It. Yeah. Whip it out at PGS, please. That'd be good.
Oh, my goodness. Where's Factor going? Factor... Cyber got left behind. He's hanging out with Alberta B, who just took out their teammate, and Factor is just shooting things off way to the north, just going through Monte Nuevo, avoids UVA, so he'll stay alive through that. But it looks like Indiana might be playing this one out as just 2 solos, as they only logged in with 3 players to begin with, lost 1 off the drop.
Not the most common thing that we see of a hot drop towards Valdemar, but University of Alberta A is sat alongside here, this position, seeing if they can do anything about it. Being on the north side of Valdemar means that you don't actually have the buildings that have like them as many levels as the buildings on that south side of the road.
Yeah.
So there is a world where technically this could be exploited by Toronto, but they're being slow and steady about it.
Yeah, this is an interesting play from Alberta A, because Toronto, they dropped here. Like, they've been here. Yep. And Alberta A, I think, dropped a little bit farther north and decided to push into this with no information. And they are finding out the hard way that Toronto is here, and they are looted up, and they know exactly where everybody is. As you see, one more just barely managing to escape.
Yes, my investment in Dogecoin is paying off. Dogeman is making it happen for me. I love it. All right, get out of here, Alberta A. Run away, as the coins will go crazy. We have got them right now tucking tail between the legs and getting out of dodge. And I understand, right, that was a pretty handed defeat by them quite quickly.
Yeah, I mean, super unfortunate, too, because Alberta A, remember going back to game 1. Okay, Rapper, we see you. Big shots there, but Alberta A, they were playing from that northern side in this last game, and we saw them collect, I think it was 8. Yeah, they got 8 points overall, 8 kills, or actually it was a combination of placement points and eliminations for them. I think that got them into 8, but a really decent first game, right? And just the fact that they tried to go for this late push into Puerto, I mean, maybe just nobody had eyes to see that Toronto had dropped there.
I wonder if Cyber was lurking around to see if we could get the blue chip eventually.
I think that might be a play,
yeah. It really does depend, though, if it's been picked up. Of course, if they are picked up, if you're unaware, if you're new to PUBG and stuff like that, you can actually see the blue chip moving on the map if somebody's picked it up and taken it away. Of course, unfortunately, currently in this patch in PUBG, there is much more of an onus on blowing up the blue chip in a car compared to what is currently happening on the new patch, which is you take 2 blue chips and then you go cash them in at a blue chip res station for a drop. Which is making the current meta on the next patch, obviously we're not playing on that patch, quite crazy. I'm seeing a lot of guns in the late game.
A lot of crate weapons. A lot of spookiness going on around there. Well, we'll see if Cyber is able to pick up that blue chip as Ben Pliskett, the hero of at least you and I's late 90s, early 2000s hopes and dreams. Will bike his way across. It looks like he's the scout for the rest of the squad, so they're still down there in Chuma finishing up their looting. Now, does need to be careful because it looks like George Mason is posted up just off to their north. Again, another thing that we're seeing that's a little bit different this time, and it makes sense as to why you would, right? Like, instead of seeing these big, wide 2-2 splits or 3-1 splits or 1-1-1-1 splits, and there you go. Cyber's going to be able to get odds back up on his feet. So you're seeing everybody kind of, if they do a split, it's very, very tight, very close to each other.
Correct.
Not so basically they're operating with a lot less information, but they're playing into safety.
This was what I wanted to talk about before we actually had the Brickyard hot drop. And yeah, you're totally right. They're playing tight, and it's affecting not only what is potential loot down the line, but also having like multiple vehicles down the line, right? Like, they're playing scared, not understanding exactly how much room they have to work with, but technically in this kind of lobby, you have a lot of room to work with, as we are on board with Bimp Liskit, who was biking on around saying, it's my way on the highway, looking for a few shots here against the res. If he does go down, they do have an insurance policy of factor all the way up to the top. So obviously they still have that blue zone, blue chip res coming on in. So if Cypher dies, it's not the end of the world.
Oh, he's going to get there. Okay. Just by the skin of his teeth there. And now, if you're odds, where do you go? Do you join Factor or do you join Cyber? Cyber was just getting shot at, so I think I might go join Factor on this one. Yeah, that looks like the play.
Yeah, yeah. He also has a vehicle.
He does. Like, look at that. He's got all the good stuff.
Yeah, there's multiple reasons I'd be going up there.
Much better. Well, we see Mary Washington again. Another team opting for the 4 deep in the Bronco. Penn State doing the same thing just off to their south. So, and then St. John's doing the same. So not as high a priority placed on getting multiple vehicles for some of these teams in this lobby.
Yeah, I'm just very concerned about any. I think one thing that's reassuring to see for even just from game 2 is that teams moved faster, yes. I would say, for the most part, towards those center positions. And on a circle like this, with the Trident being in play, kind of those roads north of Valdemar, and the way the hillsides work up there as well, Poro, I think that try and claim the very best spot you can early, because sometimes having to transition between those hills is absolutely brutal. And then, I mean, if you've got a compound, like, for example, where Toronto is, right, coming up from Valdemar from that hot drop, the fact that they've got just such a strong central mountain right now, I think will be huge for them after having a bit of a disaster game 1.
Yeah, it's a beautiful spot, especially if they get a little bit of circle luck going their way. They could be in the driver's seat going forward here as we see Mary Washington making their way into Monte Nuevo. Now they stopped down. It looked like they were just stopping to get a second vehicle, but it looks like now they've decided that this is going to be home for the foreseeable future. They do have Virginia right near them. Meanwhile, Harrisburg and Centennial running into each other out in the blue, and the seat swap comes through, and oh no, I think he's going to be taken down. Life Green, yep, going to go down. That is a little bit rough there. It looks like the rest of Harrisburg is able to avoid this. Takero going to go for the high ground spot here, maybe see if he can pick somebody off looking, or at least get eyes on where the blue chip is. So maybe they can maybe think about going for that revive.
Maybe. I've heard a lot of things about Harrisburg, though, and I don't know if they're able to hit.
They are amazing.
Am I going to get one of these in a game against you?
Do never sleep on the Harrisburg Storm.
Okay, I won't. But one thing's for sure is Centennial here is already looking fantastic, right, as we take a look at a replay back from this. And obviously they looked great in the first game. We came in talking about, wow, even the backwards replay.
I was like, how did he heal?
That was amazing. But Canada looks good so far.
Yeah.
Like Centennial is just kind of firing on all cylinders right now. I'm really got my eyes on them at the moment.
Well, if you happen to be from one of those Canadian universities and you find yourself wanting to represent your country in international play, we've got a PUBG Nations Cup, we've got an Esports Nations Cup, but we've got not a lot of pro players from Canada right now. So the door is open.
The door is very open. In fact, the EWC qualifiers or ENC qualifiers are happening, I think, just before EWC. So definitely there might be some room there if we get some stars being able to pop on up. We're in Monte Nuevo, though. Virginia, once again, they love a good old compound. They love a good old scrap in an urban area. As they're trying to hold this on down, but Lad Galley.
Lad Galley.
I got there in the end.
Easy for you to say.
Yeah, taking down Veland Dunk.
Well, UVA, I think maybe just getting caught out in a tough position here is, remember, this is Mary Washington kind of pushed into their compound, or their city, rather, in Monte Nuevo, but Virginia not really in a position to kind of capitalize off that, and they end up going for these wide peaks out in the open. Very ambitious, to say the least, when you don't really have a lot of intel about where these other players are. And so now they've just kind of been picked out, and Magne now in a 4v1 with the whole team inside his compound.
Gonna have to try and slow roll this one. Oh, coming around the corner here, catching him looting, or at least maybe able to trying to steal out that blue chip. Magne starts off strong. Very nice little peek on around.
So good work there.
Yeah.
Got support from Lou. As soon as he got that knock, Lou Killer just ran in here to make it at least a duo to try to hold off Mary Washington. And for their part, it looks like Mary Washington are just going to play it slow. They've got the upstairs. They're not really trying to get involved here. And I think this might be just an unfriendly neighborship here.
Maybe. Sandstorm's going to cover it for a bit. Seeing if they can do anything with this. I was looking up if Wieland Dank was a German exchange student, but I couldn't get an answer. I'm sorry. I was really focused in on that during that fight. I don't know why.
We'll get to the bottom of this, don't you worry.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like Harrisburg, don't want to do bike tricks. Fortunately, you're in the middle of a sandstorm, so could probably reset. Oh, there's a vehicle right past. Oh, Alberta. Looks like they're going to go ahead and let them live for the time being, as now UVA is on the hunt.
I do wish that if you could stand very still and pull the T-pose, people might think you're a cactus as you drive on by. You know what I mean? Like,
there's got to be at least one skin out there that can be cactus adjacent. Here, as I see George Mason running into St. John's, that same sandstorm that protected Harrisburg, causing problems here for SJU as Gats gonna run over another one, and the sandstorm starts, the bullets start flying.
Oh no.
Get another one. Go ahead, Gats.
He's done him. It's a disaster for St. John's. I can't believe he drove over them in a sandstorm. It's very hard to actually see exactly what's ahead of you when you're making that transition, that drive on through here. But Virginia's still locked down by this. They are sitting alongside it, and we've got other teams even just sat in Monte Nuevo as well. So I mean, once this fight actually subsides, you've still got threats around you. It's not looking pretty here in Monte Nuevo, especially if we get a south shift. It's going to be absolutely diabolical.
And it looks like might have been what we see there. So you see Gats doing a little country driving on the end. There's Atomic Denise. It's absolutely destroyed. Mickey Pooh, yep, you're done too. Good play there from George Mason, as they are just being aggressive. I mean, when you have a player like Gats, you don't try to go for a center compound and try to survive till late game. You go out there, you start hunting, and that looks like the play for George Mason, at least so far here. As we see Harrisburg, I believe, was able to get at least one player back via that emergency revive station, and Life Green actually going to have a lot of real estate to work around here.
How did we nade ourselves? It's the question, but maybe Lou Killer is going to be able to kind of pull this on back with a few more eliminations going his way, maybe a bit of a res as well. I guess maybe just a overcooked grenade or a bounce back on one of these walls as we're trying to dislodge Mary Washington, but not to be the case just yet. They've been given a bit of a lifeline, teams in Monte Nuevo, with the shift actually still encompassing some of Monte Nuevo while these fights are going down. Can WVU, though, moving forwards and try and make something happen here?
This is what I was waiting to see. West Virginia had to hear those shots and see the kill feed light up. And now they are starting to get involved, and Luke, oh no! The staircase going to eat most of it, but fortunately Magne is there to defend, and he's got the shotty in hand. Will push right up the stairs, but it's not going to matter. XM official will take him down, but West Virginia not wasting any time will go in there and secure that last elimination.
Yeah, lovely. Perfect time to be able to roll on in and shut that down. Good stuff from them, trying to seize now the north side of this circle. One thing's for sure, though, right? Like, Haskell, Indian, and being able to get the central compound on the high ground above Brickyard is going to be awesome for them. Bimp Liskit is not going to be behind Blue Eyes. He's not going to be in the blue for any time in this game. He's going to be dead center, good to go. How many can I get in?
I don't know. You already hit rolling, so I gotta come up with something. Like they're just like I said, they're in a perfect position to start breaking stuff if anybody gets anywhere near them. Now, it looks like they do have eyes on George Mason, who's running around there on the eastern side. Nobody else really near them, so that might keep their attention drawn for the time being. You see just kind of looking off east, all of their little triangle Doritos that indicate where the player is looking off towards George Mason. So Alberta, meanwhile, Vinny Vidi, I think the Hamster is already in, so I think he's trying to kind of make his way in there. But you see Penn State kind of rolling around on the hills around there as well. So both of these teams kind of in that position where they don't really know what they're about to be pushing into.
Are they going to take the zip line? Are they going to take the zip line?
Oh, that'd be huge.
Look where they are.
That's perfect. That's perfect. Oh, once again, Haskell just in a beautiful position. Nobody is going to be able to get anywhere near them, and they can see everything around them. So the west side of this zone about to get a little sticky, as everybody's going to have to find their way in. It looks like South Carolina already got Colt Pup on the low side. Toronto also in a really good position. You also, when they're coming out of Montenuevo, it just feels like it's going to be mutual destruction for everybody coming out of Montenuevo. But West Virginia finding another kill.
I mean, this is kind of for Haskell Indian being able to get this from where they were whilst we have the fight. Because Life Green once again falling. Probably didn't have much loot on board anyway after being picked up earlier on. And we're going to have fights going on everywhere. But going back to Hinu, and actually the hot drop that they had in the previous game, having Chumacera and then winning that out and now playing that and undeterred and uncontested, meant that they had the pick of the litter on a circle like this, right? So them going that compound and being able to hold that down early on in this game is going to come back and pay huge dividends if they're able to actually defend this position. It's great.
That's the other thing is how many eliminations can they get from there? Because like you said, it's a beautiful spot, high ground spot. You see everything, but everybody also knows we got to try to avoid line of sight from that spot. So, and it's also, you may see them get knocks, but can they get the flush as well to secure the elimination point? That's the other question.
Yeah, Pennsylvania State did not take the zip line. I am immensely disappointed, but I understand it because they probably wanted to keep their cars on board, right?
It does make sense. Well, we see Alberta and Centennial scrapping on the high side. This is Alberta A. They're trying to fight through those smoke walls while the blue zone is tickling at their heels. And it looks like Centennial, at least one guy, is just going to say, you know what, I'm not in it for this. I'm not built for this. I'm going to go ahead and take this Bronco, try to secure our spot inside this next zone. But the problem is there's just not really any good places here left to play. Like this shack is about the only thing that's inside zone, and somebody is not shooting at him. Never mind. Okay.
A few shots came the way and did a little bit of damage to it, but didn't get the finish off at all. But for Centennial, it's the perfect team for these teams to be shutting down right now. I would say we're number one after the previous game, and they've had a bit of a hard time on the rotations from all of this. West Virginia trying to do a bit more damage as well to one of the Albertas down in that warehouse, as you can see in the picture on the right. while South Carolina had themselves a small shack alongside this road, but they're still kind of okay with where they currently are. So I don't mind it too much. There's a little bit of a divide between the teams, and eventually they're very likely going to have to move up the hill on the east side of them, and they're already doing it, actually.
That is going to be tough for them, and this is why Haskell India was trying to keep eyes on George Mason. They did not want to take that risk that George Mason could push right on top of their spot, and unfortunately they were not able to hold him back, as you see the circle will favor them once again. So all these teams off to the west still having to fight through each other. West Virginia does go down. Alberta A goes down as well. Centennial down to their one player who's right in the midst of Alberta B, but Alberta B has to worry about how they're going to get across the road here. Harrisburg have a lot of real estate on this northern side to work through.
Yeah, they do. And an in hand for Heem Lord. Okay, let's see what we can do with this. Not the most amazing of guns, especially at this range, but we'll see. As the Dragunov is good at this range. But we need to hit the shots first. 24 damage goes the way against IUB. So looks like they can still take cover, though. Still keep themselves alive and kick him for another day.
Yeah, well, if nothing else for Harrisburg, this is going to force IUB to kind of look towards pushing into that Brickyard compound instead of wrapping around to the north. So that might still, even if they don't get kills off of this or eliminations off of this, they'll still kind of open up some real estate for them coming in from the north. Now, the problem is that Gats has spotted them out, and so now George Mason is fully aware that there's a team off to the north, and somehow Fireman, our winner from game number 1 with the clutch 1v1, the last player alive for Centennial. Oh, that's a great grenade factor. Beautiful stuff. Perfectly cooked.
Our leaders are shut down, which is lovely to see. Good stuff by them. Pennsylvania as well, being eliminated on that southwest side meant that, I mean, it was always going to be hard for them, right? I was joking about them going for a zipline play and stuff like that, but realistically, them crashing down from the hill and trying to make a transition against Toronto was always going to be fraught with danger. As now South Carolina still moving into this brickyard away from those little shacks that they had alongside the road. That's a great play. It's a good little checkpoint play here for them to be able to kind of work their way in slowly. It's a BRDM. Okay.
It's
what
time.
are we going to do with this?
It's time. Well, they got the BRDM on the field, and you saw Toronto making their way through. Toronto already 5 eliminations on the board for them. It's good to see what they can what they are capable of when they survive a hot drop and they get to see in the late game. They've got 4 up and a nice little hillside to work with just south of Brickyard. Now they do have Utah Valley just off to their east with that BRDM. And okay, Gats. This is just Gats. He's got 700 damage. He's feeling himself. He says, I know they're pinned right up against the wall. Let me go out and push this, be a little bit more aggressive, but he's got to be careful because he is getting shot at. That was almost a perfect grenade.
Almost. Here's what I find interesting about this lobby, though, is that when we're covering pro play, BRDMs, to a degree, have kind of been figured out. A lot of the lobby's going to shoot at them, or people are going to be carrying Panzerfausts into the late game. I am yet to see a Panzerfaust, Poro.
That's true.
And if that BRDM actually is able to reign supreme in some of this game, this could really work out.
It could, yeah. Utah Valley playing around that BRDM as they should. You know, you've seen the kind of evolution of BRDMs being used less as an instrument for pushing into teams and more as just mobile cover for late game. Another grenade from Gats. Oh, just a little bit undercooked. And now, oh yeah, it doesn't matter. Jimmy and the rest of the George Mason boys providing that support for Gats. And there you go. Jimmy will be the one that gets credit for that. And Gats, we'll see if he can actually get back to his team, because it looks like Haskell Indian has eyes on him, and the smoke will keep him alive for the time being.
George Mason taking a few more heads, a few more scalps in this. I love that they've moved in underneath Haskell Indian Nations. It's the perfect place to just live symbiotically with one another and then be able to reap the rewards from both teams, just being able to cover each other. Nobody really wants to have to dislodge each other right now. You don't want the uncertainty of am I going to post a grenade up the hill into a window? Haha. Am I going to be able to underhand a grenade down to them? Haha. No, that's not going to be the case up until some of these other teams on that west side and northwest side are going to be eliminated, right?
Yeah, it's I'm keeping an eye on George Mason too. Yeah, this is okay. This is the aggressive BRDM play rather than the mobile cover BRDM play. He's at least forcing Mr. Lemon out of cover from behind the rock. So the third party, the gamer from range, trying to be the one to capitalize off it, but he does get spotted off. He's going to have to pull back down, heal up a little bit, but Mr. Lemon's still alive. Toadlicker hopped out. Don't hop out. That's the mobile cover of the BRDM. You're delivering a BRDM at this point. And now Toronto has a BRDM for themselves.
No! He stole it away, guys. No, please.
Is there any worse feeling in the world than having your BRDM stolen away? Oh, brutal.
Well, Gats was interested. What's going on over here then? And he peeked his head over, and I think he may have saw the BRDM, and he was like, "Yeah, maybe don't want it."
maybe not yet. Maybe not yet.
Oh, Toronto, you've absolutely done them. That is brutal stuff. Let's see now what George Mason can do. And also, obviously, the defeaters of Toronto earlier on in Haskell Indian Nations is still lurking over here as well. So they want to be cautious with the BRDM, but getting that almost for free, that was, horror, my heart.
Yeah, especially when you said it. I don't think we've seen a Panzerfaust in play just yet. So we'll see how they decide to play forward here. Now, George Mason keeping 2 behind to keep eyes on Hinu and sending 2 to keep eyes on Toronto, just so they know where these guys are. Now, we do still have that 4-man squad of South Carolina in the Brickyard, still 4 strong, and now Toronto's trying to make the move, and yep, Desync got spotted out. Now, Toronto, okay, you know how you acquired this thing. Do not let the same thing happen to you.
They've decided against it, and you know what? They were like, we'll think better and we'll go elsewhere. But nobody wanted to shoot. I think from George Mason, the reason they didn't want to shoot is because they had maybe 120 shots on some of those autos. So wasting some of those shots and potentially having to deal with them popping out and shooting you whilst you're reloading, or losing the ammo that you may need to go up against Haskell Indian, you know that you can't really afford it right now.
Okay, George Mason turning their attention over towards Indiana University at Bloomingburg.
Oh, so close.
Oh, Bloomington. God bless it. I'm sorry, guys. Indiana University at Bloomington. I know
there's a lot of universities.
There are a lot of universities in America and Canada. Well, Toronto will sneak their BRDM just on the doorsteps of Haskell Indian Nations. But George Mason, they do not want this BRDM there. You will have to go and park your RV somewhere else, sir.
Yeah, I understand why Sniper was actually shooting. He had 200 and some shots left in that M4. So I get it totally. As more K-88 shots across the way. Not being able to hit them just yet on Indiana. But we'll see if Toronto...
None of them want to leave
sharking around, man.
None of them want to leave the vehicle now, and I don't blame them.
Well, yeah, as you say, after the way they acquired it, I understand. They watched it happen. They don't want to be the next victim.
They felt so proud of themselves for doing that. And all right, Indiana looks like they are in a load of trouble. Only thing keeping them alive was the smokes, but unfortunately, Gats will get 1, while South Carolina will get the other 2. Colt Pup actually going to finish one out himself as well. So South Carolina still 4 strong. Yeah, I mean, Gats is... Yeah, it's ridiculous. 900 damage with, what does he have? 3 kills? 5 kills. Okay, that's a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, in the break I was saying it's only a matter of time before they get a win, right? It's science, all right? I know that, in universities they're smart people, but it's down to a science. Gats is going to get a win eventually. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, and I think Haskell Indian Nations might be second guessing themselves a little bit after watching the replay of this one, because there was a lot of times where they could have taken advantage of George Mason while they were in a bad spot. This being one of them. One knock comes through from Hinu, the other comes from South Carolina, and now it's down to Gats and Gats and Knifer once again. And Haskell Indian, you've got to do something about this. You've got to capitalize on this, especially since you know that there's a BRDM in the field.
Yeah, biding their time, coming across the way here, taking its Sniper as well, and Gats is gone. It's a perfect strike here for Haskell Indian Nations, like a hooded cobra. Whoosh. Perfect.
Perfect timing, to be sure. Well, Toronto's happy about it too, because they get to stick around in their BRDM a little bit longer, as it looks like South Carolina has taken over the northern side of this circle. So it's still got that weird mix of high ground and low ground, with the additional wild card of a BRDM thrown into the mix. I don't know. I think this is just going to be a patience play at this point.
Might be. University of South California. Looking, sorry, Carolina. Even
close enough.
There's so many places. I'm trying my best. I'm a simple Englishman.
I know, buddy. It's fine.
They've got themselves quite a good little carving of land here to be able to play with, and they bided their time well, because the thing is that they could have been on the chopping block for a lot of the teams that were kind of chowing down from kind of that north side as they're trying to make that transition through Brickyard, but they made it work brilliantly. So this could go their way. It really depends on if the high ground gets pushed off right from Haskell Indian.
Yeah, the other thing where you saw they were using smokes just so they would be able to loot up all the bodies of George Mason. So you wonder what their utility situation is, their ammo situation, their armor situation. They've been in this spot for so long, and nobody's really pushed with the exception of George Mason. So for late game, we see Panda. He's got 2 grenades, but you're already starting to use them. You might want to hold on to those a little bit longer, I would think.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to work out a little bit better later on when everybody's kind of pushed up against each other. See what they can actually do against this. I still think this BRDM might have some play left in it.
I mean, they're just waiting. They're waiting for the end dot. I don't think anybody from Toronto is going to leave it. And nobody, I mean, neither team is shooting at them. They're spending all their bullets on each other. So University of Toronto is going to try to go in for the drive-by. Dogeman, they're all going to hop out. They're going to get 1 and immediately back into the vehicle. Clem will go down as well.
2?
So they get 2, Milky Way Blue and Colt Pup. Colt Pup alive via the smoke, but Milky Way Blue might be in some trouble as he gets pinned out and against. And yeah, Haskell Indian Nations, they are starting to make a push down here as well. They want to capitalize off of this.
If you're going to pop out, you need to do 2 at the same time. Colt Pup will know that this is going to be a potential being able to pop out next to him. But they do lose 2 to the blue, unfortunately, here. Bimp Liskit, he's making the play here for Hackseth.
He did. He gets 1 flush off of that knock, and there you go. 180 Rapper will pick up Colt Pup. And now it'll be the question, how does Haskell Indian Nations dispatch with this BRDM? They are starting to open it up now. UMP bullets maybe not doing too much damage, but at least you got a lot of them.
Let's see what we can get done here. They've been able to take a stranglehold on some of the really important high ground available to them. If they put a lot of damage into the BRDM, then there's no salvation here for Toronto. The 2 teams that kind of went up against each other early on in the previous game, now being able to work this out from there to where Chumacera is. But look, even the deployable cover here is perfect here for...
yeah, they've just got him pinned from all sides. Sluky gonna make his way through the smokes. This is aggressive from Sluky. He wants to try to get in there and see if he can take somebody down. We'll find 1. Dogeman's down, and he swimming through the smokes. We'll find another one. Sluky being that aggressor. Rapper, the last one left alive. He's got that M249, the bullet hose itself, trying to spray through, find something. Doesn't matter. Haskell Indian Nations University gets the win.
Lovely stuff from them. Bimp Liskit gonna eat you alive on this one, and it's gonna be them taking the victory after what looked like a great start from him in the previous game, right? To be caught up in Puerto Paraíso, I kind of get it. I kind of understand that you were potentially going to lose out that fight, but then having this go down. Stax is joining us once again. That was a brilliant win from them, from that compound.
Yeah, it was, and it was kind of a contrast in what they had in map 1, and that's how different everything is. We'll come back to break all of that down and get you set up for Tego and Rondo in just a moment, as Haskell Indian Nations University goes from getting no placement points in our first run on Miramar to winning the whole darn thing and setting themselves up beautifully for the rest of our show here today. More from the PUBG College Royale right after this. Welcome back to the PUBG College Royale. Stacks alongside Porosaurus and Killaris, and boy, oh boy, So we get two teams that get this many placement points in the first run of Miramar. They come back. They're the last two teams standing. They're also the teams that were going at each other at the very start of our first map. Guys, what are your thoughts here as we now have Miramar in the rearview mirror?
I was being of
course he
anyway,
was.
That is great. This great
Are
point.
you going for the Charlie Chaplin version of the broadcast here? Like, come on. All right. You had such great insights. Let's try it again. You never sounded so good. All right. Reset.
Haskell
let's talk about
Indian
Hinnon.
Nations University. They had a great compound. You don't leave the compound, right? Like even if you know you're an aggressive team, you want to try to get as many eliminations as possible. You get that compound, the circle keeps coming onto you. You have to stay in it. And the fact that George Mason was on their doorstep that whole time, but they showed patience to kind of stay in there. They were like, you know what? Unless George Mason pushes into us, we're not going to go out there and try to fight them like on this cliff side, because it would be too even, right? So if George Mason pushes into them, then they have a better chance odds of winning that fight, because they have the hard cover and they know where everybody is, right? But if they try to push into George Mason, it becomes a little bit different. So I think that's but then you have George Mason, who didn't have that circle fortune. They were hunting on the edge. You could see they're playing for eliminations right now. That is their game style.
Yeah, I was just actually going to bring that up, Kilaris, with George Mason, specifically Gats. He is going headhunting. And it looked like he was just kind of like a squirrel out there. It's just like, all right, we're going to go after Hinu. Oh, look, a squirrel over there. And something shiny over there. And he started keying in on Harrisburg. Harrisburg was definitely a victim of Gats. And you look at them now as we can bring up the leaderboard and see where we're at now that Miramar is all over and done with. George Mason's got 4 placement points. They didn't get anything in the first run on Miramar. Everything has come from Gats and Jimmy. Jimmy helped out big time, taking out Harrisburg. 18 elim points to lead everybody there, and they're still within 5 of leading this whole thing as we get ready to go into Tego and Rondo.
For sure. Yeah, I think as much as we are saying unleash the Gats, right? Yeah, I think that we can't really boil it down to just one player, right? The fact that Jimmy was able to do so much alongside this, and also generally, I mean, what happens at the top level when like a team gets like an MVP award, right? Like if a player is able to take an MVP award, generally they'll share that amongst the team, because even if like Gats might be your MVP right now, he knows that he's saying, okay, you 3, you hold this location. I'm going to be able to go and do this play, and sometimes that play can only happen if those 3 are holding that other angle for you to be able to make it work, right? So it's still a very heavy team-based play that we're able to see from them as we take a look at some of the moments from Gats as well, to be able to put in the boot against Harrisburg. But then as they're playing that edge style, I would say, Poro, sometimes eventually it will all break down. There will be too many barrels looking your way. You might have spread out a little bit too far, but if you're getting 8 limbs in a game, you know, it's going to work out anyway. Yeah,
no, absolutely. You saw Utah Valley getting a little bit of a lesson there from Toronto about leaving the BRDM. Don't want to leave the BRDM. But unfortunate for them. But no, I think when you talk about a player like Gats, like there's so many different roles that somebody can take in PUBG, and Sluky actually doing it here for Hinu at the end. That role right there that you see Gats doing and Hinu doing right there, I like to call it a bulldog. They just get in there and they mess stuff up, and they force these players from the other teams to move out of their comfort zones, their comfort positions, move out of cover, and then that exposes them to the rest of the team. So that's where that team play element comes in. But to be a good bulldog, you have to play your life a little bit as well. You can't get knocked, and that was what we saw Gats. Like, he was getting spotted from Hinu at the high ground, but he didn't get knocked, didn't get flushed. He knew exactly what their sight lines were, but was still able to pressure Harrisburg into leaving their cover, their hillside, to where Jimmy could just get free fire down on him.
It was amazing watching Gats go, and you kept pointing out the damage totals, the 700, 800, 900, must have finished about 1,000 damage dealt.
Maybe.
And, well, it shows in the leaderboard now, as George Mason has basically racked up elims to get up to 3rd place, and now we're going to shift gears a little bit We leave Miramar behind, and now we're on to, I believe, 3 is Tego.
Mm-hmm.
And so,
Tego.
yeah. So now you have, and it's not 2 times now. It's just one run on Tego, 1 run on Rondo. So you don't get to kind of make up for any past mistakes the second time around. I wonder how the teams will adapt now to the new map.
Yeah, it's a good question, because I think whilst there are some like very heavy hotspots like Palace, for example, like going all the way over to Terminal as well, I think that at the same time on Tego, you can go for pretty decent split drops. You see Twisted Minds in the pro level going for an extreme split drop that's kind of central, but still really works on out and gives you good rotational paths. The one thing I would take away from that, Poro, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that when we're seeing these drops go down, everybody is very condensed. I don't think we'll see any kind of like heavy trash drops per se, and if they do, then it's going to be kind of very niche. But if we do see more focus on those big landmarks, then that might mean that we just see maybe even some decent hot drops go down.
Yeah, and Tego, another one of those maps where it's, we talked about how Miramar, the pros love it because it's so exposed, right? Like there's, you have to play the terrain, but on Tego it gets a little bit more complicated because you still have the terrain, you still got the dips, the valleys, the peaks, and all that to kind of play around, but there's trees involved now too, so it becomes a little bit more difficult to spot out exactly where people are. So a lot of the times, depending on where the circle ends and what part of the map you end up in, you could find yourself making a rotation thinking you're free and clear, and then all of a sudden you're just coming up over a ridge line and there's a 4-member team just staring at you right there in a place where you thought you were the first one there. So it's tough.
Yeah, and something actually before you take it away from me, Stacks, that's very different from Erangel to Tego is the multi-drops, right? And if teams that have got like extreme skill disparities compared to some others find like multi-drops and suddenly your entire team's got things like MG3s, P90s, full level 3 gear and things like that, that's only going to heighten that potential gap even more between some of the top teams in this lobby and some of the lower teams in this lobby. So I think you've got to be very cautious on Tego, especially because of those multi-drops compared to just the individual ones.
So again, if we can pull up that leaderboard again to just kind of get the lay of the land here. We look at, South Carolina was very impressive across both maps or both runs on Miramar. There is something to be said for consistency, right, guys? I mean, sure, Colt Pup can put in a lot of work for South Carolina. I think he had to kind of rely on a little extra help this time. He didn't get to rely on the P90 this time around either. So, it's good to see that they were able to kind of replicate the success they had the first time on Miramar and still get plenty of placement points in round 2. Still racking up eliminations. They've kind of got the perfect storm, I think, guys, of map awareness and also, you got to hit your shots at some point, and they certainly have.
I think those differences in this, right, Poro? Like, these 2 maps for South Carolina exemplified 2 different things. The first one was very much the gun skill. This time around, very much space control and then movement in through checkpoints. Like when they moved to Brickyard, for example, from that side of the road, I think they understood that there weren't many threats coming from their west, so they were able to have good free room to be able to make these transitions, which got them into this late game compared to the gun skill of the previous game.
Yeah, no, and I mean, anytime you have a team that finishes second and then follows it up with a third, like you really like what their overall meta gameplay decision making is right now, and so far it's looking really, really good for South Carolina. They're putting themselves in position to get those elimination points on top of the placement points. So like you said, that decision to go across the road for the first time early on and just catch everything that was kind of coming out from the west as the circle was pushing behind it, that kind of aided in their path to get those elimination points. It's, we talked about a team that we had eyes on for getting a win. I think South Carolina's got to be the next one up.
Yeah, South Carolina, it just seems inevitable. George Mason, as you guys said, seems inevitable. But you wonder maybe if that aggressiveness might cost them eventually. Again, and when we look at these standings again, remember, Toronto was very far on the right side. They were the first team taken out in map 1 on Miramar. Then they come back and they get 6 points out of it. They are the runner-up team to kind of get themselves back into it. And that's how swingy this whole thing is, and especially with only 6 maps, nobody is out of it. I mean, yes, if you're Penn State and you're sitting on a big goose egg right now, like, you got to go at some point. But, one big one big map can all of a sudden turn everything around, and all of a sudden, bang, you're in the money.
For University of Toronto, I do wonder how that game would have gone down if they weren't basically gifted the BRDM towards the end. I think that,
I know.
They got themselves a brilliant situation overall, but having the BRDM and then being able to kind of roll on through and survive into some of those situations, and then of course being kind of taken out by the end. Like, maybe they would have had less points in that game, but I mean, we'll see through these next maps what they're going to be able to do if they don't actually get a BRDM on side, right?
Well, 2 times on Miramar in the rearview mirror. Tego is coming up next. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you very much, Stax. Yes, that's
Exciting
right. We
times.
get this. I can see them all dancing in the lobby, by the way.
I know. Penn State's dancing banana was right in the middle of it. So everybody really kind of opting for the early game dance party. Always fun to get to see that. As
Everyone's having a good old time.
Yeah. We've got 4 more games to play. We'll see where everybody decides to drop this time around. And I mean, as you mentioned, like the drop spots. Oh, look at that. There's our map. See where the dance party, where the prior dance party was.
Lovely stuff.
Lovely.
Yeah, I do wonder. I mean, this lane path looks pretty central for the most part. And as I was saying, those potential hotspots could come into play. Now, what was once a huge focal point, actually, looked like 2 teams maybe wanted to angle on Canyon over on that eastern side. Maybe that might go down, but it looks like Toronto might be turning off. I think after that first hot drop scenario, they're like, you know what? None of this. Look how far we can get into a game if we don't have to deal with that initially. I mean, admittedly, they did in Valdemar towards the beginning, and actually won it out on that second game. But still, they're looking to just play this a bit more steady.
You know, it looked like Alberta might have been willing to back off of that, and Toronto just going to go ahead and drop for the vehicle and dip on out. That's well and good. That's fine. And I think if Toronto hadn't already had to experience that hot drop situation, maybe they're a little bit more aggressive. Like, hey, no, what do we got here?
No!
Fighting over vehicles at the bridge. It's Indiana, Bloomington versus West Virginia. And,
no
odds.
trees!
Yeah, there's nothing to hide behind there. Berg will get that one and make sure to secure it as well. So another point picked up for West Virginia as Indiana University. They're, again, losing somebody early on. Oh, they're pushing this? Okay, Factor.
I mean, you could do that. That's just a show of aggression. You've got no guns, but the golden rule: if that happens to you and you're not in the driving seat, you got to get out fast. Especially if you're near some cover that you can actually dance around. Because if he gathers speed, you're trying to get out, you're going to get knocked instantly. If he takes to a teammate, one of his teammates, you're going to get shot. Yeah. So that's really unfortunate.
It is. It might have been I think in that position, you either go for that tree or you go for just climbing up the hill, maybe. I don't know. Give yourself a little bit of misto. That's not
the milk float.
The porters don't like to be on their side, and you are actually nowhere near anybody else on your team. The rest of your squad is in Yongchon right now, and you are all by yourself.
And you will be by yourself for
foreseeable,
quite a while, because where you're running right now, there's no vehicles up there, lad.
Nothing. Well, at least you should be able to avoid Penn State prying eyes, and St. John's also just kind of right down there, as you see. So a number of teams were dropping on this North Island and kind of getting a little bit close to each other. We'll see if that comes to anything. As you see, I mean, first circle, everybody's thinking you got to cross the bridges, right? Like, you've got a little bit of space in Yongchon, but I think everybody's going to want to get over onto that mainland.
Well, unless we get a really hard shift in Circle 2, one of the biggest problems for Tego is already alleviated. And that is usually, we actually have those 50-50 circles where the river is cutting it in half, and then you're having to decide, where are we going? The island, the mainland? What are we doing? How are we going to play this out? But for the most part, it is very likely. We have mainland here. So for these teams, at least that decision is kind of taken out of their hands already. They don't need to have that happen. And that's going to sit them in good stead.
Well, we see Gats doing a little pre-scouting for the rest of the boys. Looking at buildings, seeing if he can spot anything. He doesn't see anything, but Harrisburg is somewhat nearby. And you can see them on your screen right there. And I think, somebody made the call and Gats immediately flipping over to look over in that direction. So Harrisburg now in a little bit of trouble, as looks like our hunters of the lobby, George Mason, are bearing down.
It's tough, man. I feel like Harrisburg's always in trouble. I don't know what it is. It's just an inkling I have. Just a feeling in the back of my mind, Porro. What do you think?
I think you're bullying me. And as a result, you're bullying the wonderful players from Harrisburg University who have no bearing in this whatsoever. They just they're catching strays. They're catching strays. Innocent strays.
They're just innocent men.
They're just men. Just innocent men. Hopefully they can survive this, as Jimmy is kind of keeping eyes. And the good news for Harrisburg is at least they're moving in the opposite direction of where George Mason was setting up their little camp here. So that's not, if you have to look for silver linings, that's probably the only one you got.
Yeah, don't run into Jimmy, don't run into Gats. I'll take it for now. Although that being said, usually when it comes to kind of circles that finish around this area, you actually get these compounds like very much a focal point. So them actually sitting around here for a while is somewhere that you would be very familiar with if you're playing a lot of PUBG. And Gats is still holding on to. He's got an M24 in hand, man.
Of course he does.
If he hits these shots.
He's just styling on him now at this point. Well, Life Green was not present for Harrisburg. You can see them just off in the distance, driving off to the left, going for that high ground. So we'll see if maybe Life Green will spot this out and be able to feed intel over. I don't know. We'll keep an eye on it. UVA, they're coming into that southwestern side of this circle where it looks like Haskell is already set up.
They're tire poppers. Did you see that? They're tire poppers. They're driving past the cars and pop them. It's such an American play style. It's crazy.
Dirty tire poppers. Oh, we hate it. We hate it so much. Well, Haskell Indian Nations are posted up on that high ground now. And actually, Bimpaliska going to be a little bit aggressive here. Going to try to put themselves. I think they saw UVA was actually out of their vehicles. So,
yeah.
Fortunately for them, they hop back in before Bimpaliska can actually get in position.
Yeah, he's not only looking for some gunshots, but he's looking maybe for some more information. He wants to take a look around and see if he can find any angles.
I hate how much I love it. That's the problem.
We're really dating ourselves, to be perfectly frank.
We just gotta have faith that it's funny.
Okay. I like that. Yeah.
Thank you. Well, UVA narrowly avoiding disaster there to start things off, as it looked like Hinu was on the hunt for sure, but UVA pulls away, so Hinu will go back to laying down traps on that southwestern side. Meanwhile, over in Yongchan, it looks like South Carolina able to breeze past UAB-B and make it over to the mainland. It looks like St. John's about to do the same thing. So University of Alberta B, despite landing in Yongchan, not trying to do any camping of these bridges thus far.
Not only that, but we've really not seen many emergency pickups at all throughout the first two games, and not into this yet either. We just saw one, maybe? I can't recall. But anyway, going to try and hold out on this road here is George Mason. See if they can do some damage on these cars. Driving on past. And looks like Indiana is going to be able to tuck tail and leave, getting away without any casualties just yet. But looking for sure, George Mason is super keen for some fighting.
They really are. They had Harrisburg pinned down, and they knew it, and really, I think Indiana Bloomington was just kind of an unfortunate bystander in all this. Yeah. They're just breezing past, and now they're going to get a little bit closer to Life Green. Oh, no, Life Green. Oh, you're in trouble, buddy. Out in the middle of the bad spot, but fortunately... Oh, yeah, they're hunting this, aren't they? You got to.
Yeah, I think when you see someone isolated so much, there might be an easy free one here. Rule
number one, shoot the tires.
Yes, this time. Absolutely apt, for sure. Let's see if anybody can do the seat swap and leave the handbrake off whilst making it work as well. Because if you don't do it accurately and correctly, your car's going to be stalling out. So looking to maybe trying to spin him out here. A little police maneuver, a little police tactic.
Hit
the back tire.
Maybe.
Catch the back. Wait, no.
That's not how cars are made. Oh, we got it. He hit him with the pit maneuver. It actually worked. And he's going to hop out.
Oh, no.
Whoa! He had him set up.
What's happening?
Where's the bullet going?
How are you alive?
How is he alive? Oh, no.
What?
And he hops out. Yeah. Unfortunate there for Life Green. Just gets caught out in a bad spot. And fortunately for the rest of Harrisburg, it looks like George Mason are slowly leaving their camp onto HU. And we'll see if Indiana will leave that blue chip. Yeah, there's no way they find this chip, right?
No, especially if they just take it with them. The thing is that the only way that's a kind of chase could have been more entertaining is somehow we put the spike trap back in the game and they somehow corralled him into one of them. Hey, the mortar for the first time.
Go.
Okay, Centennial.
Right.
Okay.
Looks like he's taking shots over towards. I didn't see. Yeah, it looks like he's aiming over here towards South Carolina, which I mean, he's dialed in. The problem is it's a compound. I would say in this situation, maybe hold your mortars till later when you know that there's going to be teams playing in open dips, right? Like dropping mortars on top of it, even though it's perfect, they're inside cover, right?
I know what you're saying. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Because on Tego, you can get away with hitting people in some field situations where they feel it's going to be desperate. George Mason, though, taking the fight here as well to try and trade things off. Jimmy goes down, though, at the same time. More reinforcements going to be coming in from George Mason to try and deal with this that Hinu is actually able to push in with. Flipcut did get himself one, though, and Gats finishes it all off. It's Gats wall to wall. That's 4 for the man.
Hinu just cannot seem to avoid George Mason, and that is a clean pickup from Gats. And they should be able to get their fallen teammates blue chip and get him back on his feet as well. There are plenty of revive stations positioned in and around this new circle. So, I mean, goodness gracious. And anytime George Mason gets in a fight, like I hate to say it for the other boys, but we got to go to Gats' perspective. He's kind of running it right now.
Yeah, and I think there is a world where if they feel like they can get away with those kinds of plays in a very bold manner, we might just see them go radio rental on lobby like this. Just roll from fight to fight. They were already trying to camp out the position against Harrisburg and then shoot at people as they're driving past and now ran into Hinu. So I'm scared for the rest of the lobby if they feel the confidence buzzing.
Yeah, it's going to be tough because, I mean, like you said, they're hunting. Like that is literally all they're doing. Hinu was doing the same thing, to be fair, and unfortunately they just two hunters ran into each other. That didn't work out for him too well, but looks like Pennsylvania State still up in Yongchon. They're going to have to move across the bridge now. I think they realized that there was going to be a team down here probably. Maybe we're light on vehicles. Looks like they'll be able to pick up at least one and try to make their way over. And fortunately for them, nobody really looking at those bridges with the exception of maybe St. John's. As we get a replay here of poor Life Green.
That was not safe for work.
That was not.
That bit for a second there. But the spin out there was brilliant. Really well done.
Yeah, you don't need to rely on the pit maneuvers though. Most of the time, if you just shoot out the tires, then they'll spin out on their own.
Yeah. Our cars sometimes have a mind of their own in PUBG. They especially did way back in the day when they did some interesting flips.
You still see it every now and then. Every now and then.
Yeah. But, a weird bit of like terrain, like just right. You're going up in the air.
You become a part of your university space program.
Yeah, Artemis 3.
Yeah, there you go. Welcome back. I guess we're just flying around moons now. We're not landing on them. Okay. That's cool.
I think Artemis 4 is supposed to land on it, right? Is that the play? Is that what's happening?
I'll root for it. I'll be excited then. Right now, it's just like a hair cooler than Katy Perry going into the atmosphere and holding a flower.
Okay.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding, chat. I'm kidding. Don't yell at me, please.
No, yell at him. I'm just here to instigate fights.
That's
right?
fair.
Just like George Mason is.
Kind of.
As they got themselves.
George Mason of the cast.
Thank you. Yes, that's exactly correct. I'm the infiltrator. I'm the foreigner in all of this. You know, if anything, they should be shouting at me.
That's fair. That's fair. This man's never even won an SEC championship. Well, St. John's and a number of teams actually off on the periphery of this Circle 1 are now going to have to fight their way into C2. Now, it is worth noting, James, that high ground spot in the dead center, completely unoccupied right now. About the closest one to it is Alberta B. But they've got a compound, so I doubt that they're going to be making any drastic moves towards the center. So there's still a lot of really good real estate available in this zone.
I agree. I don't think that they'll be moving anytime soon. And I think that I hate to bring it up again, but George Mason is getting the res off. And also, now that I think that might actually be them trying to maybe look, that actually gives them intel as to what's going on in the middle of the circle right now, right? So maybe they think that, okay, maybe it's time to stop rolling from fight to fight. And if they see something open in the middle, then they might go that way. But looks like Alberta B did move up onto the high ground here when all said and done. The smart play by them, honestly.
Yeah,
but
I mean,
sometimes it gets sandwiched on. So
that is true. It is very difficult to defend because you could get pushed from north and south. But if you're able to do it, then you're coming out ahead. But we'll see what happens. West Virginia was kind of backfilling George Mason there, and it looked like George Mason started figuring it out, and Utah Valley also kind of hovering around over in that direction. But I think George Mason is just trying to play to get their man Jimmy back on the ground, as Mary Washington doing a long wrap to the south side here.
I don't think they want this smoke. Jimmy has got himself some gear back on board. The reinforcements are coming around as well. And I think maybe this should be okay here for George Mason right now. 26 points on the board so far. I don't know. I mean, they're so clustered up in one location.
So
this isn't the push that you want.
Yeah, no, this is looking extremely grenadable, and Gats has 4 in the bag as well, but fortunately enough for them, he is a little bit too far away. But yeah,
oh my god,
he's gonna spot him out the second he peeks. But now, okay, so UVA also had a little bit of an angle on this, so Gats not going to be able to completely run around for free. There's the grenade that we were worried about. One will go down. A second one might be soon to follow. Official going to have to run.
They're pushing.
Yeah, they are absolutely pushing off of this. Nice return grenade though, as the Bulldogs from George Mason. There you go. Official going to find one. Venta going to find another. Niffer will get Knifer, rather, will get a trade, but the flushes are coming through here from George Mason.
Trying to keep it going, and he does. What a hold here from Mary Washington.
Get everybody back
considering the start from George Mason. As long as third party's coming here. Perfect timing for them.
Yeah, West Virginia right on top of it, and if they can get all of these back down, they're gonna be. Oh no! That's not where that one needed to go. Oh, there you go. Okay, the second one it hits.
Okay, phew.
Feel bad for Mary Washington there. That was a hell of a hold, but West Virginia just in perfect position to capitalize.
Wait, that was a nade knock into a nade finish on their teammate. I thought they were going to be able to get the res back up. But again, as a third party goes here, for them, good stuff, right? Being able to hit that exactly when they did, it really does work on out.
Fourth elimination point picked up for them. So we'll see if there's still one revive station, as it looks like Alberta moved back down once again. Larry John is going to find Gamer right to the face with the MP5, and they got one more down. No, Toad Licker not going to be licking too many toads further in this lobby.
Yeah, so they actually had to completely abandon the very high ground position because of these pushes that were going on, and also I think that they realized that holding that position might actually be very difficult, especially when there's so many teams alive, so I appreciate that completely. St. John's, though, here with the M249, going very, very crazy on this side of things, up on the northwest side. Nades go forwards, try and dislodge them, get rid of them here, but this is a lot of damage coming in from them.
Goodness, accuracy through volume, baby, that's what we love to see.
Yep.
Penn State now in a little bit of a lot of trouble, as St. John's hasn't taken a single knock yet either. Nice, there you go. Kyunji will hit one with a snipey. We'll find at least an initial knock to start things off. Mickey, there it is.
I don't know. Yeah, they're just doing too much damage here at the moment, and especially up against those cars as well. If they want to blow those up, then it is lights out here for PSU. Kyunji, can he do much more here with the car? Wait, he's got 200 bullets. Okay, what was his other gun? Okay, never mind. It's okay. I was very confused for a second there, and seeing what he can actually do. But again, with basically a 1v4 now, it's hiding in these bushes. That can work out on Tego. They're thicker than other bushes, but not to be the case. Mikey Poo does what he do.
Mikey, and actually a solo player from Utah Valley kind of sneaking up behind St. John's right now. We'll keep an eye on that. West Virginia, meanwhile, continue their scrap. It's a battle of the Virginias, West versus UVA, and UVA has the high ground. They are in the driver's seat now, as Duke Meister, the only player left alive, and he's done. Nicely cleaned up there by UVA.
Yep, not bad on this south side. They're still going to have to go through a little bit of a war, though, here, as Carolina, I think, is coming in above them to try and shut them down, and that could be lights out for them if they're not careful. On the other side of things, Utah Valley in Fate trying to do something against what was going on against St. John's, and not doing too bad, getting at least one. That's more points than I was expecting for a solo like this. Trying to go for another. They're all peeking over. Okay, oh, well, one knock does go down, but the repeat is there.
St. John's going to be mad about that one. They lose a player and take another knock to just a solo. But nice work by Faye. Meanwhile, Toronto, keep an eye on them. They've got St. John's in their targets now, as they've kind of got to be careful about how they move around, because Centennial is uphill, taking shots over towards them as the grenades are falling. Nice revive there. We'll keep St. John's 2 up for the time being, but you got to wonder how much longer that's going to last. It looks like Toronto's going to actually have to pull off of this because of that fire from Centennial.
Carolina still trying to do something here against this. Meanwhile, on the east side, Alberta B trying to hold off the position that they've had hold of for such a long time in this game. South Carolina, once again here, trying to shut down UVA as they're making a move around on that east side, realizing that they can't go head first into this firing line that South Carolina's set up.
Oh boy, this is just... The south side of the circle has just been the battle of who has high ground, and the high ground is just winning every time, it seems. UVA still alive through the grace of the smokes, but Milky Way Blue just going to lay down. I believe that was a blue.
Oh, he has an angle.
Grenade? No.
Oh, why are we not spraying? Oh, oh wait, because he has a Tommy gun. Never mind.
The things you have to do. Well, you saw in the picture-in-picture, it looks like UAB, Alberta B will take down University of Indiana Bloomington, and Alberta A was able to reposition during that same fight. UVA does manage to get at least 2 away and get above South Carolina, as South Carolina can now reset, start fighting their way uphill.
Yeah, as leapfrogs go, I don't mind what UVA is trying to do here against Carolina. But on the east side, once again, we're seeing big raps coming in from St. George, and see if what they really can do against this. University of Alberta, both on that side, actually able to try and get the full hold down for Alberta strong. Alberta strong.
Alberta strong. Alberta. See, Tej Team 2, trying to separate from the rest of the squad and keep eyes on St. John's, see if they can maybe get something done with that sniper rifle in hand. So St. John's does have to be careful. The blue zone is starting to tickle at their heels, and that vehicle is very much in doubt. We'll see how long it survives. Meanwhile, Toronto now turning their attention back over towards Centennial, who had this high ground spot.
What do you reckon when they're walking around the halls in the university, Alberta A and Alberta B? You reckon they pass each other and just kind of give each other looks?
Yeah, just
start fights.
Do the old the kick trip, you know, like somebody's walking, hit their back leg and try to trip them. Yeah. I don't know if they have lockers at the University of Alberta, but maybe shove them into a locker. I don't know.
Brutal.
Well, Harrisburg in a little bit of a tough pinch here, as they lose 1, and it's now down to Tego, trying to fight their way in from the western side. Unfortunately, they've got Toronto, maybe fortunately, they've got Toronto kind of protecting them from the prying eyes of Centennial up there. So we'll see how that plays out.
Yeah, surviving for a little bit longer. Centennial, once again, though, being 4 strong and actually having a direct path into this circle, it's a perfect game for them to potentially win. As no way. Okay, well, now they know that someone's there, and now that's a problem. If you'd have been able to hit this perfectly, it's just falling a little too short. But that would have been a 4-piece. Imagine. Wait, one more.
Does he know that they're going short? Oh, you got him so perfectly picked out here. We'll see.
They're smoking for the move.
They are. They got to get out of there.
You got to do it now.
You got to do it now quickly. Takiro. Yeah, they're on the other side of the rock now. It might be too late. Yeah. Well, we'll lead in. But the problem for Toronto is that Centennial, they've got the angles, and now Rapper's going to go down. Mr. Lemo right behind. Takiro will try to come in here and see if he can maybe capitalize, but he gets spotted out, and Fireman will finish him off as Harrisburg does get eliminated in 8th place.
You know the best bit? Up until Centennial actually gets that full confirmed, they probably thought that was a member of Toronto.
Probably. They're like, wait, what is this guy doing? Who invited him?
Through the smoke here. Oh, perfect nade. Oh, I can't believe he actually survived that, but he should be going down now. Yeah, perfect stuff from Centennial. Perfect hold on that potential wrap here against Toronto. Really good space control.
Yeah, that was a tough one for Toronto. I mean, it seemed like they maybe got blinders and tunnel visioned on Centennial there as Hamster will get the final knock into Misto, so that's Alberta B done and dusted. They'll be feeling a little bit sad about that one because they had this position for the longest time, ever since the beginning of the game. Had any of their decision about how they wanted to play it, and in the end they go down a little bit earlier.
Good opportunity for South Carolina once again to be able to get a lot of loot on board. They have a little multi-drop on this south side, what we were talking about before we came into Tego. That means they are going to be kitted out if they can pick up a lot of the stuff that's in here. You can get very strong weapons. You can get a lot of level 3 gear from this. Ghillie suits as well. And you can already see Colt walking around with the MK12. Okay. We could, MK14, sorry, we can make this work.
Yeah, I think perhaps most importantly is getting that level 3 armor, level 3 helmets when you're going into this late game top 4 type situation, like especially Centennial. I mean, Centennial hasn't really been fighting a whole lot of teams. They've just kind of been holding that northern side. They 4 kills that they picked up off of Toronto, really the only thing that they've gotten so far, but that also means that they haven't been able to kind of add to their loot pile. You see their utility is a little bit on the lower side. Any damage that they took off of that Toronto fight is going to be stuck with them for the rest of the game. Meanwhile, St. John's 3 deep, just kind of biding their time here.
Potential smart move from Centennial here. Drive scouting. It's very strong in TPP. Gets you a lot of information for free, and you're a bit more mobile, so it's harder to actually shut you down. So whilst they didn't really have the best of spots to be able to get information prior, that's been able to open up quite a sizable swathe of information for them towards the center of this circle, or at least towards the west side of this circle. Meanwhile, South Carolina didn't have much of that or any of that, but they do know that there is a team on that rock in the distance.
Yeah, instantly going for that high ground peak spot there with the rock in hand. Now, Centennial, they're going to hear those shots and they're going to know exactly where South Carolina is, and they're going to know that they're not the ones getting shot at. So Centennial has a lot of real estate to play around here. Now the smoke coming down from South Carolina, actually, okay, that's a blue zone grenade. So they're trying to be a little bit offensive. Like, they know where Centennial is, but the problem for South Carolina is that Centennial just has so much more space to move around with to come in from these flanking angles.
Some jump nades here from Fireman might be able to be on the mark there across that rock, but we're just throwing them from the ground there for a second. It's G-off as well, just positioning. I know that St. John's is kind of dead to rights on that rock, I think. Like, after the drive scout, they knew that there was a team down there. Likewise, I think a lot of their focus is on South Carolina, realizing that that is one of the bigger threats at the moment. Sure. But if they allow St. John's to move off that rock and up the hill, then I don't know how Centennial will win if double teamed.
Yeah, you also gotta don't forget about that wild card factor of Hamster. Oh, never mind. You can forget about.
Oh yeah,
them.
yeah. Don't forget him.
Don't forget him. It looks like St. John's didn't forget about him, and St. John's has just pinned down. You gotta hit those shots though. No. Oh my goodness. Yeah, he immediately retreats back to the rock.
Yeah, with that drag, he should be dead, and just pop him in the head on that peek around. But again, leaving the safety of the rock, as you say, is also precarious, right? Like, so I get it. Like, you're in the moment, you're trying to, quickly get those shots and then dart back, knowing that the cover's going to be very important. So sometimes you don't hit all of them. Hamster getting a bit of a lifeline there for a second, but with the circle moving, I think that lifeline will be dwindling. Some of the tree cover that he had to be able to make these moves, but at the same time, St. John's, right? They have to move off the rock. What do you have? Do you have smokes available? Do you have any vehicles available? I don't think I saw any vehicles behind them. I'm not sure.
I think they had that one. They had one vehicle, but it was beat up pretty bad, and I think it got donated over to the blue. So I think St. John's in a really world of hurt position right now. South Carolina at least can afford to stay on top of their rock, and you saw Centennial, I think only one player that they flipped to had any type of offensive utility, and South Carolina has nothing. One flashbang in the pocket of Milky Way Blue, and yet 2 grenades for Ponhub. That's about all they've got. You gotta send Ponhub over there, but he's been left to watch St. John's.
I think they're happy with the space control that they have right now in terms of the 1-2-1 split that they've got available to them, I would just be very cautious. I mean, a 2-2 is probably, I guess, the way to go here on the north and south side, just to try and see if you can control these 3-mans that are eventually going to be trying to come in from these rocks. Okay, Hamster, surely you're gone now. No? How is he doing this dance? How is the hamster dancing like this?
Don't bring up hamster dance. Please don't bring up hamster. I've still got horrible memories. Well, hamster, you're gonna.
No way. No way.
He's gonna get the knock on a wide arc, and eventually, we'll get the knock on to hamster for you. But University of Alberta A, that solo player causing so many problems, and yeah, I mean, look at the ridgeline that St. John's has to work with here.
Hey, if the Limp Bizkit references weren't dating us, the hamster dance will. That's for sure.
Gonna throw in some annoying orange here next. What's next?
Yeah, guys, do you remember the first internet moves ever?
Well, you're about to get educated. Sit down. Class is in session.
Oh, it's a university tournament, all right? Look, I'm trying to educate these kids. How do I reach these kids?
How do you reach these kids? That's another aged meme. All right. South Carolina, you got nothing. There's no smokes. There's no grenades. So what do? We try to go to the south side. We go to the low ground. Unfortunately, Atomic Denise has that dead to rights. Fireman gets another shot in, and there you go. South Carolina, pretty much exactly what we figured was going to happens. And St. John's, they do collect 2 off of that, though, so another couple of points, and they have this ridgeline. 9 kills for St. John's, but they are down to a duo as the last bit of utility is coming in from Centennial.
They're about to get slaughtered, I think, on this. The eliminations should be going the way of Centennial, and that is one already down with Doc, and that is the last one here. Centennial will be bouncing all the way up, surely, into that number 1 position. Actually, they might be 1 point behind Carolina. Oof. But anyway, it's been a spectacular showing from them stacks here in these final moments in this final circle.
2 out of 3 for Centennial College, so trying to separate themselves from the pack. Unfortunately for them, they don't really separate themselves from anybody because South Carolina has, again, had that perfect mix, and they've been very, very consistent. They don't get the win, though, that you guys were calling for earlier, and that should probably be very scary for everybody else because it does seem like it's a matter of when, not if. Will it be on Rondo? When we come back, we'll find out as the PUBG College Royale rolls on after this. Welcome back, everybody, to the Spring 26 PUBG College Royale. Stacks alongside Porosaurus and Kalaris as we are now at the halfway point. We've seen 2 maps on Miramar. We've seen a run of Tego. Rondo's coming up next as we look at our leaderboard at the halfway mark. And Poro, just keep an eye here on Alberta because Hamster stayed alive quite a bit at the end of that as a lone wolf and kind of got Alberta A up into the money here.
Yeah, and it's anytime that you find yourself down to one player, you hope that you can maybe pull something out, right? You play it as safe as you can. You have to pick your moment to strike, but I mean, there was not really much Hamster could do at that point. As soon as St. John's was able to make it to that ridge line, he was just is completely exposed. Now he did get the knock, and gave a little something there, but yeah, I mean, he managed to get him into the top 4, up into placements, got another knock there, try to do something. But that's what you got to do when things are as close as they are, trying to get into that top 6.
And Kalaris, as swingy as things are, I mean, yes, South Carolina has been consistently near the top, but it's Centennial. They get their second win out of the 3 maps. St. John's makes a deep run there. They're onto the left side of the leaderboard now, and you start looking at your Indianas, West Virginias, Utah Valley. I think Utah Valley got to be feeling really snake-bitten after Miramar too, right? Because they had a golden opportunity to make a big move, and now they're still stuck in 13th place.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I think that obviously 3 games still to go. Technically, there is still room to be able to make a decent catch-up happen, especially since getting into the money is literally just one good game, right? So that's not that bad at all. I will say for South Carolina, though, once again, it feels like they are at present kind of the complete package. I was saying how their first 2 games were completely different styles, completely different kind of strengths for really being able to win them through. And yet again on Tego, it felt like it was a different strength shining through, being a barrier team this time, just being able to shoot at everything that moves down in the south side, and it really worked out for them. So number 1 is very well earned at the moment, Stacks.
Yeah, number 1 very well earned for them, only by a point, as again, Centennial winning 2 out of the 3 maps has certainly kept them afloat and very much in the running. George Mason still hanging around. Again, only 4 points out of their 27 have come from their placements, their 4th place finish on map 2 of Miramar. And now, again, we just saw Tego. Cool. That's the only time we're going to see it. Now we move on to Rondo, and we'll see if anybody decides to take a run on the test track, how they're going to do around the factory, and then we can talk about this all day, guys, and watch the circle go nowhere near it.
That's true. And Rondo is one of those weird maps too, where like obviously that test track Neox factory looms pretty large. Wouldn't be surprised to see a couple of teams maybe try to drop there early on. And circles do tend to kind of favor that spot, but if it does pull away, this is where your emergency pickups going for that high ground spot, stopping down and trying to get gliders. Gliders are a really big player on Rondo for teams, just so you can kind of gain information about what you're pushing into.
Well, here we go, gentlemen. Take it away. Map 4 out of 6 before we go to Erangel after this.
Thank you very much, Stax. Yes, we go to what is the newest map in our competitive pool in Rondo. A lot of surface area for this 8x8 map. Not too much water. Really has huge factors on the edges of the map, but the circles do shift away from some unplayable places as well as some of the water that is the rivers. Because of those unplayables as well as those rivers, it does make those circles sometimes quite predictable here, Poro. But looks like not many people going the way of Test Track and Neox Factory. I guess because the playing path doesn't really truly favor it, but you can stretch to it.
Yeah, but look at that cluster of teams we have. That is a bunch of teams heading up to just north of Jadina City, Yungun, or Yungu, all those areas nearby. And the circle will, okay, this is kind of what we were expecting, right? Something that does include Test Track and Neox, just off to the south, completely empty in the center, however. So we'll see if these teams over here on the east can avoid each other for the most part in the early game when they start making their way in.
Yeah, if I saw that many parachutes heading in one direction, I'm like, what is going on? Are we on Erangel and school in 2018? What is this? But yeah, so I think that eventually maybe they'll have to disperse away from one another, get the vehicles on board. Looks like that's what's going to be happening for Mr. Lemon for Toronto as he runs on away to the rest of his team. If his goal was to take away one of the vehicles from the teams down here, then GG. That was not bad. However, there was a lot of danger whilst doing it, so it's worked, I guess.
Yeah, no, once again, this is just Toronto kind of avoiding that early game scrapping. And fortunately, they're able to pull it off. They get everybody away. They got vehicles. They're looking great, playing out of Mayren. Harrisburg kind of a little bit close to St. John's, but it looks like St. John's will get prio on that compound, so Harrisburg will just look somewhere else. West Virginia, meanwhile, they're pulling right into Utah Valley, or at least Toad Liquor has nobody else on his squad anywhere near him, so he's going to have to defend himself.
Might not have seen him. Oh, no, they definitely saw him. He's gone now. There's no way he's getting out of there.
They hunted him down, didn't they? Yeah, this has to be West Virginia maybe spotting out a solo player and just collapsing immediately on top. So unfortunate there for Utah Valley as they lose one early.
And one of the benefits of being here, refuel the car. Go on, go for it if you want. Very nice for them, so they'll be able to make waves quite nicely. I mean, they're in a decent spot for the circle like this, and actually there's some really good positions on this map that you can actually take as compounds. Now, where I do see maybe emergency pickups coming into play, even though we haven't seen many of them so far, Poro, is here. If somebody can take one of the pillars in the middle of this circle, like I'm thinking just dead center, just a little bit west of dead center right now, you could make magic happen. So maybe emergency pickups come into play on Rondo.
We shall see. Sorry about that if I interrupted you. I lost connection with you there for a second. I couldn't hear your beautiful, lovely voice. Your Midlands.
I didn't hear you interrupt
voice.
Me, don't worry.
But
so you call me a Midlander. I'm from the north, lad. The north.
Not the king of the north, unfortunately. Well, hey,
King Rekov.
Yeah, you can do whatever. Fine. I'll give it to you. Yeah, I bestow upon you the title. Centennial, they're only playing with 3 this round, so maybe I'm not sure. Somebody not able to make it to this 4th game, but we understand life gets in the way sometimes, responsibilities get in the way, and also you're playing off a dorm internet, maybe, if that might not always be the best. So
is it bad?
Sometimes it's great. Sometimes it's not so great. I can't speak to Centennials up and down as far as their speed goes, but what I can speak to is that they've got 3 players in this game, and they've got a decent position though.
Well, you know, I can sympathize with them. I live in rural Poland, and occasionally, even though I've got 1 gig up, 1 gig down, sometimes a random bobber will come along and bite down one of my power poles, and then suddenly I've got no internet.
Not the bobber.
Not bobber. That's what happens, man. Whoa. Okay, don't make that happen.
Yeah. Again.
Only 1 car. Please stop.
4 deep in the whip. We hate to see that, but I guess this was St. John's getting their vehicle stolen by Toronto, and I guess maybe Harrisburg. I'm not sure if Harrisburg actually got one away from them though. But
maybe.
Either way, St. John's only with 1 there. I'm going to cross that bridge and push right into Alberta A. We'll see if Alberta A is in any position to do anything about this. As they're getting caught out. Okay, the crash is coming through.
Will they be able to make it work? Unknown starts things off here. He's got an ace in hand to try and make things work. There's the off angles maybe as well. Those are explodable actually, by the way, now. Those cans that he was next to. So you want to be very careful about positioning next to them. He's going to camp around here looking for this to come up. He doesn't actually realize it. Run past. Mikey Poo down. Good stuff with the ace to start things off. Unknown's going to relocate. Very important for a relocate if you're actually trying to defend this alone. Absolutely. Never stay in the same place twice, as they will be hunting. Nice follow-up grenade. Oh, it doesn't bounce where it needed to, unfortunately, though. But it looks like St. John's, they were thinking about maybe going for that the res almost instantly. And yeah, they do end up getting Mikey Poo back on his 2 feetsies, and in that time it took, the rest of Alberta has arrived. So Unknown now has some backup from the hills just off to the west. Yeah, and suddenly this became a now it's St. John's kind of being crashed, or at least that's what it would look like if you just tuned in. that's not the case here. As now trying to send Nate forwards here is Doc. Unknown's going to smoke things up and try and make a little bit of a transition, or at least allow his team to transition forwards as well. But there's almost a surrounding maneuver going on in this compound here. As Unknown's going to move away from it. Mankipu's back on up with his lovely PGC coat and bag combo.
The blue velvet looks so tasty, so tantalizing. Oh,
on the bike!
Not on the bike. Vinny Vidi getting a little bit ambitious there, trying to sneak in, and unfortunately for him, St. John's is ready for it. And the rest of Alberta still closing the fist down as Wydock will get spotted out by a hamster. The dancing hamster once again finding some success here.
Yeah, this is no time for BMX Extreme, like, with them trying to make this work. I'm not saying crash with the BMX, but looks like maybe looking for another off angle here, or trying to do something with it. St. John's does take one knock themselves. They are playing around on test track. Look at
Love
that.
it.
You know, saw.
You never see teams.
Stack's called it.
You never see teams drive up here. They're always on foot, but there you go. Penn State getting some use in, getting some track time in, and look at that. Look at that. Dancing bananas in the first.
I can't believe they set times. Guys, there's a tournament going on.
Do we give him points for that? Let's give him some leaderboard points for that.
Yeah, surely there's a prize there, right?
Gotta give him something. Well,
I'll send them 50 euros.
And one boba. Alberta still sticking around on this one. Now they can, this is the thing, is Alberta has the option to leave this at any time. They're on the outside. They've got the vehicles. And St. John's, they have the building. They've got the hard cover. Like, even if you get a knock there, what are you going to do? You're not going to crash it. So, I don't know. Gamer?
I'm looking at the map. They're still lapping.
They're still going? You got to put them in for some better times.
Yeah, it was like a really serious fight going down. Oh, the breach of this compound. Look how they've been able to surround this. Meanwhile, drag race. Oh, no drag race is for Unknown, though. He's down. His engine has stalled. What can happen now? Look, they're still going. Oh. The Pico. The ominous presence of the Pico.
Oh,
Get him dislodged.
Oh, come on, buddy. You got to be better with your cornering than that. Kianji, the Lance Stroll of the PUBG
Come
test
on,
track.
man. Push him off.
GG. He's gone.
It's down with you. This is Sparta.
There's like 3 F1s in the chat that just laughed at that Lance Stroll joke. I guarantee it.
I have no clue what you're on about.
I know you don't. It's real sports. You don't. Oh no, Banan. You tried so hard. You put in the help. Okay, At the Beach is coming back. He's going to provide some support as we. Yeah, it looks like Alberta did they lose? No. Okay, they got the knockback on his feet, so they're just nothing came of that in the end.
Yeah. Oh well, they've had their fun. They've had their times.
Oh, shooting tires. Look, Penn State is nothing if they are not having fun.
What is happening? Wait, are they going to do the slowest lap of all time? Is that what I'm seeing right now?
Could be. That is an option, as we see teams just rotating and wrapping around them. Alberta B, the other half of the Alberta sandwich, is making their way a little bit close to Indiana Bloomington, but it looks like they should survive for now. This is kind of just south of center. Indiana Bloomington just taking that high ground again, just playing as a trio. Just finding a spot that's a little bit off center, that's not likely to get crashed by a full team because it's just not a prio spot. It's a good way to play.
Oh, damn.
Oh, okay.
Nice shots from Gamer.
Gamer,
Yeah.
surprised that he got that one.
I did see that Cyber had like 3 foldable shields, by the way. Enough for the whole lobby, so that's awesome. I like that a lot. As Toronto is going to be making their move onto this circle as well. South of Test Track Neox Factory means that, oh yeah, okay, bring those trees down. I love it.
Down with bamboo.
Down with the bamboo. Make those pandas go hungry. But no, I think that, you know, being able to maybe thread the needle and get themselves into a little bit more of a center position here for Toronto could work out, but there's already places that have been claimed, right? There's a lot of spots that have been claimed.
Well, just to make things easy on us, we have the 2 dark green teams in the lobby fighting each other in UAB B, and
I saw that.
George Mason. Evan Cora will be the first one to go down. Gats, oh no, he's got a P90. Oh, Gats has a P90.
I knew he was going to have a P90 eventually.
Well, he's also got 4 players all looking down at him. Now, the problem for Alabama Birmingham B is that Hinu has eyes on this. So Bimp Liskit actually taking shots into their backs as the grenades will fall just shy. Evan Cora does get flushed out. And I think Birmingham, yeah, I'm sorry, UAB. It's not University of Alabama at Birmingham. Instead, it is University of Alberta B are going to go ahead and leave that fight.
I wonder if Gats gets a chance here. We'll see. We'll see, as we're still on with Haskell Indian Nations, as they've got themselves an okay spot to be able to play this from. 1-3 at the moment, really relying on Bimp Liskit to be able to hold on at the front. As Panda Hoss, he's going to be fuming about the people knocking down the bamboo earlier. This is ridiculous. Sorry, Panda. But anyway, I mean, they're taking shots at that fight going on what is near that pillar. And not really being able to hit anything. That's going to be a stalemate. Oh, Gats is on the P90 moment.
There it is. You knew they weren't just going to let him walk away. Like, he's going to go ahead and push right in. It's the instant 2. Jimmy will follow it up with another one. And now Misto all by himself. He does have the MP5, which is scary to push into, but I mean, they've got 4 alive. They know exactly where he is. Jimmy even pushing. Oh, there's one. Jimmy going for the high ground. Doesn't hit the shots though. Misto with the MP5, the P90 at range. The SMG battle of the century going on between Gats and Misto. Big shot from Misto. He's going to clean them all up. George Mason goes down, and Alberta B somehow, by the grace of Misto, comes out ahead.
What did we just watch? I can't believe it. Gats should have had that with a P90 on board and then pushing over. That should have been a cleanup. And now Misto, what a hero. The problem for him is, here comes Haskell Indian. They know that third party was a thing. They were shooting at this the whole time. They are trying to run this down.
They absolutely knew. And that's great awareness on the part of Hinu to read that kill feed in the lobby, know exactly what's going down, and immediately make that push. I think that was all Bimp Liskit, just knowing the situation. Oh, no. GG. Boy.
Kaboom.
There it is. Give him one more. And Misto, do you got 2 in you? Can you pull it off again? As Hinu is coming in from multiple angles. He's going to get spotted out first. The MP5 will ring true. Gets him down to 5 HP. Try to duck down. No, Hinu, this is a dangerous man. Okay, Panda Hoss will put an end to Misto's reign of terror.
Bimp Liskit just rearranged the entirety of it.
It's still going.
I can't believe. And then Panda, he was fuming about that bamboo earlier.
Oh my goodness.
Lovely.
And you know the funny part about that is like, they got all but 1 res, right? So those guys accounted for like 8 points given away in this lobby. Just off of that.
Yeah.
Oh, that's crazy.
It was a beautiful third-party timing, though, because the thing is that they're technically very far away from that when that does go down, so they have to be in their cars ready to go for when that does finish on up. Yeah, but St. John's actually rolling into a position where they're taking down the rest of Harrisburg. Oh no. Harrisburg in the dumps here.
Yeah, in a bad spot, unfortunately. Get caught out, 2-2 split, full 4-man face push into their split, and not a lot you can do about that. Colt Pup and the rest of South Carolina continue to do what they've been doing so well all tournament long. Just perfect position, gatekeeping UVA, not taking any knocks here. Their backs are clean, not having to worry about anything just yet, although U of Toronto is kind of roaming around off in the distance, but they've got their own problems to deal with.
Man, not here to be able to UVA, who wants to push on forwards. Now, trying to even get these reses up whilst the blue is pushing you is going to be difficult, and South Carolina has a firing line set up. I don't think you're going to be able to get out of dodge on this one. I don't think you can get the reses up. I think you have to try and, like, if you've got a vehicle, now Clem on the off angle with the Dragunov as well. It's going from bad to worse here for UVA.
It's just nothing they can do, is there? Like, now that the blue has arrived, I mean, they've got a little bit of hard cover, but I mean, USC they can just afford to stay on this hill all day long. No pressure coming from any other direction. The circle pulling away from them, though, might give them pause, but I mean, this is just looking like free elimination points for them at this point. Like, you don't leave this if you're South Carolina.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if they open themselves up, might be just full denies for UVA now. Wielendank down. Harrisburg, Lord trying to do something against Toronto, who's trying to hold them out against the blue as well. But M249 can do a lot of damage. He's actually trying to go up against the rock. That's almost never a good idea. You can't shoot vertically down that easily in PUBG. Lord really able to punish that very well.
I think actually maybe got knocked low by St. John's from a distance as he was making that push. So it's kind of just unfortunate timing all the way around, as Lord doesn't even have a first aid to heal up. Well, at least reload before trying to take this fight against Rapper, but he got to get on the move now as the zone is pulling away.
Yeah, it is.
Oh no.
Toronto.
That was a free elimination.
What is that? What's that? Yeah, perfect.
I mean, you know what? You never look down 2 free points, and that was 2 of the freest points you'll see.
Okay, big move. Let's see what we can get done here. And I mean, the center of the circle actually, apart from where we've seen EVU, pretty open. As Bimbliskit once again with Slivkit gets himself Rapper. That's Toronto dead, which I didn't expect to happen so quickly, actually.
Ooh, okay, Bimbliskit actually does get that heal off. I thought he might have been in trouble. But yeah, Penn State going for the crate, the bait crate, the baitiest of crates. And South Carolina very comfortable saying, you know what, go for it. We'll take those points off of you instead. 580 damage now for Colt Pup, as they are getting peppered from multiple different directions. I think that's West Virginia and maybe Centennial taking shots in as well.
God, I'd be so keen to pepper those smokes and just see what you can do, considering how open they are.
They're getting them back on their feet.
Not doing bad. Not doing bad. They've done all right with the car fault, but now all the smokes are dissipated. I don't think they have much more available to them. Colt Pup's going to go for a few shots here with the mini and hits a blinder on Kionji. That is him down. I don't think they're going to be able to recover him at all. Got to get out of there. Got to get out of there.
Yeah, they tried to... Oh, no! Oh, Slooky! Oh, you didn't run over yourself. You just got put on a poster. Penn State will take down one, but now it is just Hinu in perfect position to take advantage of all this. Now, some of them are getting stolen away by Indiana Bloomington from range. Cyber is on top of it. Good grenade will push Bimbliskit away until he runs back into it. And Penn State does go down in the end, but Hinu in a little bit of trouble now.
Yeah, he wasn't put on a poster. He was put on the side of a milk carton. Missing child.
On the side of a bus.
Yeah, just splattered. Unfortunate there on that elimination, but now seems like these two compounds very much a focal point on the side of Danching, as well as what we got for VU, and see what it can do with all of that. I'm wondering how anybody's really going to shut down South Carolina. I think that they've got a great spot to open up firing lines against the rest of this lobby here soon.
Yeah, I mean, obviously their biggest problem right now is Centennial, but Centennial doesn't seem too keen on pushing into that compound that USC is holding right now. So Centennial might just hold on to the line for the time being and just do a little bit of farming of their own. It looks like they have a vision over onto Hinu, as Mary Washington doing the long wrap around to the south. I think they know that they've got one last player for Harrisburg down here, trying to hide, trying to survive. Not going to happen, though. Life Green gets spotted out again, and Mary Washington, who's it going to be this time?
A's moving on around here. They did have a Lynx on side, and they're trying to shut down the rest of St. John's here as they're trying to come on out. Goes for the spray against it, the position. They're trying to retreat on out. Unknown gets themselves one, but he's going to be going down pretty soon himself if he's not careful with these shots coming in from the distance. Oh, he's gone.
Oh, yeah, he's in trouble. He's got to be. Well, Hinu will leave, and they're going to actually make a push into this Centennial compound, as South Carolina have already gotten a knock there. Lord from Harrisburg, the last player left alive for that squad. He's actually getting some nasty bolty shots there onto Alberta A.
Love it a lot. Let's see if now... Looks like Haskell Indian trying to lay down some smokes here to get themselves a little more closer. But again, they were going up against Centennial as well as South Carolina. So the big dogs, 1, 2, and 3, all coming in from the same angle. I don't think it's any coincidence, considering the lay of the land for this one.
Not at all. Mary Washington, full 4-man, trying to make their way in from the south side. But the problem is, just look at that terrain that they have to push in. Just nothing available. And No vehicles for them either, and we'll see. They've got to be wanting to hold on to these smokes as long as they can, if they even have any at this point. As we see Centennial, Geoff gonna hit a nasty grenade onto Hinu. Hinu down to one.
Hit two.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
Oh, there's
posting bombs.
So Haskell Indian maybe not much longer for this world, as St. John's, they have some rocks, and that is all they need to try to create problems here for Mary Washington. There you go, another knock onto Venta. Close enough to get a good spray, though, will force Wydock to push back down. You see Mickey Poo off in the distance, trying to get an angle to support his teammate, but maybe just not there. And now Wydock is on the clock. Two men pushing right on top of him.
Maybe still moves have to happen here down on the south side, seeing what they can get done, but it's not going to be anything. Mikey Poo finishes it off here with the Dragonov against the 6 official. And now more smokes here for Hinu, trying to make something move happen against all of this, but I don't know. I think it's going to be difficult, especially with eventually. I mean, as much as Centennial needs to move in, and they are still only 3, moving in behind this might be one of their options, trying to drive in behind it and seeing if they can clean it up and then make a position themselves. They're going to move up to this little lip at the moment. They know that South Carolina's ahead of them. Them knowing that they're 3 going up against probably South Carolina being 4, and them challenging for the top spot right now, there's got to be some kind of sweat on the brow here of Centennial.
Yeah, I mean, they're sitting close to the top of the leaderboard, and obviously they're going to start playing a little bit differently. Your tendency is to want to play more safe, but you can't do that. You've got to still keep that measured aggression. Otherwise, you're going to just get caught up, as Pornhub will do his best to try to get that knock. If they can get a knock on Haskell here, that would open up a little bit of a doorway. But, I mean, you can just see how locked in South Carolina is on Centennial. They have nothing else to look at. Centennial, to their credit, they're trying to take this fight, though.
We've not caught too much. Yes, we have. Okay, we've got a replay of it with the Lynx. Hamster's been hitting some shots here, saving things for Alberta 8. So not bad at all. More. Oh my god, he's got a huge firing line on Cyber. Takes him down and gets the flush as well. Hamster's making magic happen for Alberta A.
Telling you, Hamster.
Is he crashing into them?
He's crashing right into him. You can see he's playing so aggressive. He's going to find another one, too. He gets the knock on odds. And now it is a 1v1. Hamster just continues to wrap around. Tries to find. No way. Oh, my God. I thought he got him. He hit him.
I thought he got him as well.
He knocked him down to half HP. Factor in a little bit of trouble. Factor's like, yeah, he's just like, screw this. I'm just going to hop in the car. And Hamster was ready for it. Hamster clears up a spot and gets in the car and survives. This is a aggressive, dominating Hamster.
What a hero play from Hamster. What a hero play coming on out. And it was all opened up by the fact that the Lynx got himself such an easy knock and flush. And then just a ram raid on through. I can't believe what we just watched.
The absolute guts it takes to see a 3-man on the side of a hill and just say, you know what, I got the knock. I can 1v2 this easy. I got this easy. We go for it. And he does it, and he hits it, and he's still going. He's still moving around. I
am aghast. If he gets another one. If he gets another one. Oh my god, it's so close. He's doing so much damage here. I don't think he has any link shots left, I guess. But he got another one. What a performance from Hamster.
What is going on with Hamster? Well, Centennial, they get cleaned up by South Carolina. It was always going to be a rough sledding for them. But now from range, Bimp Liskett will get the knock on the Spoozy. And now South Carolina, they got to stop down long enough to get this revive.
Yeah, WVU is going to have to make something happen here for West Virginia. It has to be their game, surely. You need to be in that compound, looking north, making sure you're shutting down whatever happens from the Hinu and USC fight here at the moment as pop-up hits Bimp Liskett once again on the other side of things. They've just not got any room to work with. How do you move away from here?
This is tough. This is really tough. I'm not sure what South Carolina's vehicle situation is either. I mean, it might be the play for them to actually avoid Hinu's side here and maybe just push into that eastern edge of the new zone and maybe go for the spot where Hamster is. But who wants to push into Hamster right now? I can't imagine anybody. Berg will get the knock onto Panda Haas. Will he be able to get the flush as well? He will.
Yeah, I didn't think I'd be coming into this saying Hamster is a warlord, but here we are. He's got his little warlord suit on. He's going for it. He's got his armor, and wow, what a performance so far for him, moving Alberta up the scoreboard right now. But still, Some of the big dogs are still left in here. Hinu's on its last legs. South Carolina, man, if they win this game out, the fact that they're already in number 1 and going to be rocketing into the stratosphere with this one, someone's got to shut them down soon. Surely.
They've got to. I mean, otherwise we're going into... I mean, there's still 2 games left on Erangel, so there's still a lot of time to play, and it looks like South Carolina, they are going to do that. They're going to try to push over into Hamster's ridgeline while West Virginia keeps eyes on Bimbliskit. But Hamster, he's got the fluffiest, tiniest little war cry. Gets 1, gets 2, goes back to the hard cover, and no, South Carolina goes down.
What? How on earth did he hit those shots with the MP5 and he then survives? Okay, well, I can't believe he's got 8 limbs. 8 limbs.
This is unreal.
This is unreal.
What amazing solo play from the Alberta A fragger Hamster.
But the thing is it's not just normal fights. He's doing it in style. He's making a fan out of me. He's making a fan out of you. People are watching this. He's got 80 limbs. It doesn't matter if he loses this game now to West Virginia. He's done everything he needed to.
Absolutely. I mean, if he didn't earn some respect last game, he's definitely going to find it this time around, as he has gotten way more aggressive now. Unfortunately, the circle will pull away from his ridgeline, so we'll see if he can get anything done from there before he actually has to move. Oh, nice grenade from Berg.
If he gets to second place.
Oh, just a little bit overcooked.
I think he's getting a second place. I think they're so focused on Bimbliskit right now. I think Hamster is getting a second place off of this. What a spectacular showing for him, as now he's on the move. I can't believe it. He's absolutely crazy. He's a mad lad. He's a maverick. He's going to throw down the smokes. He's going to still survive. No, Bimbliskit takes the second place off of him. What a good stuff by Bimbliskit. 5 limbs on his side.
Oh, Bimbliskit has been cooking for Haskell Indian Nations University. Last player left alive, and we've seen this already. Do not give him 3 1v1s. Let's see if West Virginia can actually hit these grenades. This is some, well, maybe go back to the training range. Oh, never mind. That'll hit. Good stuff from WVU to get the 5-kill victory here in match number 4.
Yeah, a very important win for them, considering to keep themselves alive in this tournament, to try and push up to those scholarship position stacks. But we have seen some big moves happening towards the top, and Hamster, what a mad lad. Whoa.
I mean, both Alberta teams. Misto was incredible.
Yes, true.
And Hamster, I mean, there's something different in Alberta. The problem is they're still looking very much, well, B is very much looking up the leaderboard at everybody else. Hamster's got him up now, I think, into the top 4 now. So, we're going to recap all of that in just a bit, but just another testament to how much everything can swing. And, West Virginia has given themselves a massive, massive push. And to the delight of everybody else, South Carolina got stopped from winning one. The problem is, again, they're due. They are very much due, and Erangel is coming up next. So we'll see if anybody is built for late game here in the PUBG College Royale. The Motherland is coming up next right after this. We are back with the PUBG College Royale, closing off Spring 26, stacks alongside Porosaurus and Calaris. We've had 2 runs of Miramar, we've had Tego, we've had Rondo. Yes, now it is time to actually play PUBG. We're going to Erangel for our final 2 maps. Gentlemen, it's been a wild run, and when we look at the standings, we're gonna see one particular team from Alberta that has a certain hamster to thank for getting into the money as 2 maps in a row. He has lone wolfed his way up into the top 4, and now has Alberta sitting in 6, but everybody's looking up at the Gamecocks of South Carolina.
Yeah, I mean, that's 50 points total. Really, your top 3 is looking like they might be the only ones in contention. And I don't see South Carolina slowing down, like, at all. Like, that's they've just been so consistent all day long. And they're sitting in first, 50-point lead, and they haven't gotten a win. Like, they haven't won a single game, but they've managed to make it to the top 3 almost every single time. It's just so consistent coming out from them.
Yeah, great survivability. And of course, as you said, from Alberta A, we saw Hamster, and from Alberta B, we had Misto doing some incredible stuff in this previous game. I'll tell you something, I am having a whale of a time. It might be midnight here in Poland, but I am having so much fun watching these games go down, because we're watching some great individual plays happen, as well as some great team play. I think great team play obviously from South Carolina, looking how they did. And then Hamster decides to just go absolutely radio rental. And again, I am aghast, gentlemen, at what we just witnessed from him in this game. I do not know what I just watched.
This performance over the last 2 maps, just seeing how great he has managed the terrain and gone in with absolutely no fear. That's inspirational. Now imagine if his teammates give him just a little bit of help here and manage to make a run at this. They can absolutely catch up with the South Carolinas and Centennial Colleges. And speaking of Centennial, they are back at full strength, and they are ready to go here. Dinner is back as we load up on Erangel.
That's right. He's finished his dinner. He's ready to go for game number 5. And I think that they've got a really good shot, right? You don't want to be throwing away the potential of trying to win out this. So hopefully they're back to full strength. We'll see when we actually get down to the ground.
So now, of course, Erangel, right, guys? I mean, there isn't much to say that hasn't already been said over the many games of professional and collegiate PUBG that have been played on this map. What are you looking forward to out of these teams, though, now? Whether they're the ones trying to play spoilers or the ones at the top as we load into the motherland.
I gotta be honest, it felt like the wheels started kind of coming off a little bit on Rondo, like with these players going for the variance between high risk and high reward, where what people are considering to be high risk seems to be lowering exponentially with every game that we play. So I'm expecting to see a lot of craziness, some wildness coming out in these final 2 games. Game 5, maybe a little bit less so. We might see teams play it a little bit more close to the vest, but by game 6, who knows? All bets are off.
2 maps to bring it home. Will anybody catch South Carolina? Boys, take it away on Erangel.
Thank you very much. Yes, the penultimate game, the grassy pastures. We are here at school, where for a lot of players coming into PUBG, this is where it all begins. This is where you get told, you go here, you drop here, you improve your gun skill, and then later on you're able to play the game. But beyond all of that, Poro, let's see if anybody's going to catch up to the top spots here for the leaderboards.
It's going to be tough. It's going to be really tough. South Carolina has been so consistent across 3 different maps. Now we're introducing that 4th map. We'll see if they can maintain that same level of consistency, especially knowing that they are being hunted down. They are the ones holding on to that top spot. We've talked about it time and time again, how difficult it is to play from that top position. You know, your instincts tell you play safe, right? Be cautious. Don't do anything crazy. Don't do anything stupid. But when you do that, it kind of opens up all these other teams that are playing, you know, throw it against the wall. We got to try to get some points to try to catch up. And more often than not, we see if a team has that lead and tries to play it safe, then they end up getting caught. And we don't want to see that happen here for South Carolina, as we see the Pachinki hot drop to start things off.
Well, they were razzing it around on test track and having a good old time, so I guess they thought to themselves, let's go for the old classic of a Pachinki hot drop, I guess. But they're going up against Haskell, which is always going to be a problem, as Bimbliskit is no stranger to this. Goes for that, instantly taking the shots. Our hero getting absolutely mullered with that elimination coming in here soon, if he can just finish off that flush. But he's greeting another one. He's only got 24 shots left in the chamber here. Doesn't really want to waste them on this, but I guess he will. He's got 18 shots left.
Not sure if Penn State is coming at this with any type of plan to speak of, or just kind of running into it as the entire clip gets emptied and Bimbliskit will survive. Sluky will be the one that spots out Dancing Banana. And now Bimbliskit retreating just long enough to heal up. And yeah, it seems like Haskell is just collapsing down onto everybody from Penn State as, yeah, Dubak. That's an ambitious flashbang to say at the beach.
Hello? The S12K?
No! Get another one.
Okay,
come on,
revolver.
Beach.
Shotgun? This is crazy. What is this fight? Get out of the room! Okay, we're done.
Okay.
Great casting from us there.
I know. Bibbidi bobbidi. Clean. Okay. Well, Haskell, they do take a knock there. They get Panda back on his feet though, so no harm, no foul. Penn State, they're in it for fun at this point. They're having a good time. But they will sit and watch the rest of this one and wait for our final game of the day, as the circle has gone up to the north, bisected by that river. So teams will be put in that position where they have to make a decision about whether they want to go north or whether they want to stick around down south.
I mean, honestly, like, yes, okay, Penn State in it for fun, no doubt at this point. However, if this happens again next game, and if Haxel gets themselves another 4 points off the back of a hot drop, that's 8 points that could be actually contributing here to the leaderboards. This could be huge for them to try and jump up. They're in 4th place at the moment, right, with 31 points. They need to be able to make up a bit of room there to be able to try and catch up South Carolina. They could be goading them. They could be wanting them to come back next game.
That's very, very true. Well, here we got our hero from match 4. Hamster for you, hamster for me, hamster for all of us. And we see Alberta A just reconnecting here just north of Yasnaya. Nobody really anywhere near them here, so they can take their time, decide how they want to play this out. But it looks like they are going to elect to play on the northern side of the river. Now, GMU, we talked about them. They had a really good start to the day by playing that hunt down style, chasing down kills. But then they've kind of run into a couple of brick walls here the last couple of games, and that's put a slowdown on their climb.
I love how we just watched with Hamster as well, by the way, that his weapon of choice actually just is the MP5. It's not like it was a secondary option or a tertiary option for him. He actually just has one again, so clearly he's had choices and he's just going back to it. Love that a lot.
The only option.
Yeah. I mean, look at the double that he got as the car came his way and then he was helped by Virginia. That was great. Anyway, he's still... Ooh, the VSS. Okay.
The very sneaky sniper once again in the hands of Evan Cora. They are playing as 3. It looks like, unfortunately for George Mason, which may actually change the calculus here a little bit. And that's might be the call saying, look, we can't really do this hunting teams when we catch them out thing when we've only got 3. We don't feel as good about it. So let's maybe just try to get to late game and see if we can survive a little bit longer, put ourselves in better position for the final game to have a shot at that top spot.
Yeah, tough indeed. I will say though, with the quality of games we've had so far, they've been a treat to watch, and I think that it's really awesome to see the initiative that exists and the fact that you have so much kind of intercollegiate kind of combat that does go on in this regard. Obviously in Europe we just barely have this, right? It just doesn't really exist for us, but to be able to get an opportunity to play in these kinds of lobbies, like a proper level, right? The fact that it's like a proper organized level and it's a lobby where you've got the enough room to be able to get to the late game, really coordinate with your team and stuff like that. It's a really magical experience. It's so different from pub games. It's so different even from ranked, I would say.
No, for sure. And obviously still obviously different from the pro level as well. I mean, we obviously get super used to seeing these developed metas that have been, put together over time by the same teams, same players and things. And the game kind of tends to get stale sometimes just because we've gotten so used to seeing how these guys play around each other. Well, it opens up so much more when you got teams like this in here and players that are obviously talented, but they don't necessarily just have a set meta that they can play around, and it makes it so much more fun and so much more interesting to watch.
That said, this is a crazy transition from St. John.
Yeah, like they're in a rough spot.
This was not on my bingo card. Okay, we're all running through the fields that are absolutely flat, by the way, to that compound that's shooting at us, and we're trying to get over to the barns. Like, where's our vehicles? What's happened, guys?
They don't go to this school. They go somewhere else. But you know what? To their credit, they managed to stay alive. They did survive. Now, Mary Washington. This is all still just outside of zone, so but it's not like super far. Like if Mary Washington can stick around and do this, but
we're scared of the red zone.
Yeah, they're just kind of staying in their own compound here. So yeah, playing from the hardcover is one thing, but you know, you kind of feel like if you're Mary Washington, you had them in a very bad spot. St. John's was dead to rights. But maybe they don't have vehicles. Maybe that's the situation here.
Maybe. I mean, one thing's for sure is that technically they should be able to get some vehicles from the west of themselves, northwest as well, maybe along that road. So they shouldn't be pinned down for too long. And it clearly, St. John's doesn't seem too keen on the idea of even fighting them anyway. So it should be open for them to be able to do something with it. As we see, Haskell. Indians still moving on around here alongside the river. The one problem obviously with this circle that always exists is that it's kind of a 50-50. Teams are kind of banking on the idea of like, okay, well, if we take somewhere close to the river, at least we have a good transition for circle 2. And it does cause problems on those choices later on, because sometimes the river can be guarded very heavily, and then you're going to have to do something about it.
That is true. And so far it seems that, you know, I was kind of anticipating maybe a little bit more craziness, but there's no craziness to be found outside of the Penn State hot drop. And as a result, you know, 53 players in the lobby, like there's so much more space to work around. Meanwhile, George Mason, they did decide to post up in Rozhok, and they've been backfilled here by Virginia. Virginia was the one that was spotting this out after coming out of Boatyard. So they're kind of hunting George Mason at this point. Yeah,
kind of keen. I mean, they will have seen in the lobby that technically, I don't think there was any knocks either way, right? So they don't know exactly that it's them, but if they did identify that it was George Mason for some reason, they knew from in the lobby that they are only 3. So little flips here and there, we're getting on about. But you're right, I mean, with 53 being alive at this moment in time, it's very open. Jimmy starts things off against Blue Killer, though. Not bad with this elimination to start things off if he can confirm it. But they are in a 2-2 split at the moment. Gats trying to go for this alternate angle, just waiting around this corner, seeing if he can actually get the peek on him. Takes a bit of damage himself, though. Wide peeking himself to incur some damage. Trying to cover the cross. Didn't quite get it, though. Good molly. Oh. Good finish off there from Gats.
Yeah, I think Virginia figured that they had him dead to rights. Waddle tried to go for that push, but immediately takes them all to the face, and now it's just a battle around the wall. Gats is getting support from Jimmy. Good work on the part of George Mason to back up their teammates here. And now UVA, they wanted this fight and maybe bit off a little bit more than they can chew.
Yeah, good move from Gats as well. You can see the right in terms of the kind of effectively a veteran compared to the rest here, as the circle does shift north of the river here, so that's important for all of these teams. But Gats instantly, instead of like finishing the knock or being a little bit more apprehensive about the push continued, he just pushes straight up, takes the land, takes that position, and now they see him along the wall here. Oh, they abandoned the angle there for a second, could have got some shots off, but not to be the case. Still 2 on the side of them, very nice here for Virginia. It's going to be hard to get out of dodge.
It is, and George Mason looks like they're feeling a little bit more froggy as we see Evan Cora trying to spot out what the UVA players are doing, but it looks like he lost track of them as Gats will go ahead and push down in. He'll spot him. He sees them retreating back to the safety of these other buildings, but it might not be enough. Gats will take the first break, gets them both down to half HP, but can't get a knock.
It's a lot of damage. Sending some more util forwards here and trying to go for this pursuit. Gats realizes there's a prime opportunity here to be able to get some good points on the board. And now, with them in that building, basically, sealed kind of in, trying to go around on the backside just in case they were trying to get out completely. So it's been a good pursuit from George Mason. As you say, they really turned around this fight at the moment, as Indiana on the other screen is in a spot of bother.
They are indeed. We saw them get kind of chased down here by Haskell Indian Nations. Cyber has that high ground to try to there as Jimmy will find the knock onto Lou, and George Mason just continues to collapse down onto Virginia. They know exactly where that final player is. Haskell Indian Nations kind of in the same boat here. They will get that knock onto Cyber, as Odd now the last player left alive for Indiana Bloomington.
No. Sitting, waiting here in the smoke, hoping, comes through and gets the shots instantly here against him, but just coming around for the trade, maybe trying to make it work, but no, it's not going to be the case. Bimliskit finishes it off as well. Not bad at all. At the same time here, if Gats was the left hand, oh my days, Jimmy was the right. Both of them in tandem, going for the 1-2 punch, shutting down Virginia despite being a man down. That was almost surgical. What a great play by them.
Clinical stuff from George Mason, and now they still have their 3 up. They've got a few more points in the bag as Harrisburg now playing around in the fields. Got St. John's right around them. Looks like they got 1 knock already, but Heemlord has been taken down as well. Life Green looking for that knocked player, but they've swam away, and to survive another day, Heemlord trying to get back to his teammates. And it looks like 1 player from St. John's separated from everybody else on that south side, but he has been spotted out. Nice shot there from Takero. Get him low, but won't get the knock. Life Green's still trying to find this place. Like, where is he? I'll have to re-knock on the Heemlord as Life Green can't see this. It looks like Atomic Denise is actually going to be able to get the res on a White Hawk. And now St. John's really putting Harrisburg to it. Jorwell going to get taken down there by shots from Mickey Poo as that Dragunov is singing.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. As Centennial's going for the big surround on the plane crash as well. Still Mickey Poo finishing him off. Love that. Love that indeed. If you can control the Dragunov, but also do remember in terms of a little bit of a change towards Dragunov, a little bit of a recoil decrease meant that it may became even more wieldy for these teams.
Oh my.
Centennial decided, you know what, get out of here.
Goodness, okay. Cleaned up about as quick as you could like there. Utah Valley gets dispatched as it looks like Harrisburg may not be too much farther behind them, as Life Green still hanging out on this lower side of the bridge. Completely lost track of the 4x vector.
That's
Reload.
definitely an eye weapon.
Reload. There you go. You got it.
Wait, he's vector VSS.
Come on. You got it. You got these.
No. Back in the water.
Back in the water we go.
What do you think about the vector VSS loadout? What do you think about that? I like that. That's
you know,
cool.
it's I think it's a fun loadout.
Yes, I like that.
I'm
Mobile,
not sure how
stealthy.
effective it might be as Life Green gets out long enough to heal up and see that somebody's swimming behind as Mickey Poo is like, oh, wait a minute.
What's
they
happening?
actually spotted me.
Amazing.
A lot of confusion going on. And now let's add in George Mason in to make it a little bit even more confusing here as Life Green just playing around. Mickey Poo just playing with Life Green here. Jimmy.
What's Gats doing? Why is he driving around here? What's going on?
Well, they got it knocked. Hey, there we
looking
go.
for it. Hooray! I mean, he couldn't survive in there any longer, right?
Who needs the ADS? Not Life Green, that's for sure.
Get him! Hunt him down.
And Gats gonna make sure that, I mean, this is exactly what Jordan Mason needed to do, isn't it? Like, they needed to go hunting for kills if they want to be involved in the conversation with 1 game remaining so far. They are now up to 7, and they are climbing here as West Virginia trying to hold off a push. Or actually, I think they're trying to push into Toronto. Yeah, 1 knock already onto D-Sync, and Rapper, the only one left alive here. That's another one. We'll find Rapper. So great utility on the part of West Virginia.
One Hub trying to... It's a 3-piece! Up 1 Hub here, trying to go for a bit more of an aggressive push as well here. We're still trying to do something about it, but it's not going to be the case. It's 1 Hub all over. That is 4 big smackaroonies for him.
Perfectly cooked, perfectly seasoned, placed right where it needed to be. Big grenade from Ponub, and the final flush out as well to make sure he got the full 4-piece. As we see George Mason making some decisions about who is going to be the next team that ends up in their line of sight.
Not bad at all. Let's watch it again. It was lovely.
Beautiful.
A Bobby Dazzler from Pornhub. Let's watch that again.
Bobby Dazzler.
And again, and again.
Run it back one more time. Yep. GG, Larry John. Well done from Centennial. And that's, you know, that's huge too, because look, you look at that leaderboard. Centennial has 7 kills. Hinu has 7 kills. George Mason with 7 kills. There are teams that are out there hunting right now, trying to collect points. You one team that doesn't have kills right now? South Carolina.
May as well be in Vegas with the slots. Everyone with the 777. Lovely, lovely stuff here for them. It's these teams. They've found the confidence. They've found stride. They've found the ability to be able to convert big points in big moments at the moment. As once again, South Carolina shutting down Atomic Deniz. He's gone, and that is an easy little hold for them. They've got a good spot to be able to play this circle from, mate.
That's an important point too, as well. I mean, you see Centennial is just rocketing up, right behind them. George Mason a little bit further behind, but if they can continue to find some success here, they could be trouble as well. As we see Mary Williams just running through the plane crash area. Fortunately, nobody left there. They're going to be backfilling around Centennial. We'll see how far north UMW decides to go here.
Yes, we will. Yes, we will.
Yes,
see if
we
can
will.
Find a little bit of a way in. I think you're gonna have to thread the needle. But going up the shooting range hill isn't exactly the easiest of approaches if there's other teams on up there. But Centennials almost letting them in here, which is quite surprising. They feel like maybe there's too difficult a path up the hill towards what is the compound that are very important, where Askel is.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting that they're going to be coming from the south side. Carolina, meanwhile, getting crashed on by West Virginia, and the hold is ringing true. West Virginia made short work of by South Carolina, and that's 5 more very important elimination points going their way, and they have the whole of the south now to work with.
Yes, they do. This is getting a bit scary here at the moment. Oh, no. If they want to keep themselves in it, can't be having that. But they do have some room to be able to get that up and running here in a moment. I'm wondering if they're going to join Jimmy. Jimmy is in a bit of a precarious spot, but existing above Toronto's compound does actually work. There is a place there that they could play if Toronto's not flexing out from that compound, because it kind of sits underneath the hills, right?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Question. If at this point you see 23 left alive, you're playing with 3 up. You've already got 7 eliminations. Do at this point you kind of flip that switch back to safety and just try to play for late game, or do you still try to go out there hunting, knowing that these fortifications are pretty filled?
If Jimmy gets a circle, then yeah, we play for survival. And maybe we do now, right? Considering that's a north shift, I think maybe the survival is the play. If they could, again, as I say, sit above the Toronto compound, I think that would be perfect. They hear shots coming from there, as we see them on the picture-in-picture here. Dinner trying to do something here for Centennial, doing enough as well. They are rocketing. I love this, because they're really making a strike for it against South Carolina. And Carolina has to be the next one's going to be moving here against 2 teams that are trying to catch up.
Yeah, they have to be looking at this the kill feed and just seeing the teams that are chasing them, collecting all of these points. So they have to be a little bit more aggressive. Now, the one thing that they have kind of going against them right now is their compound is outside of zone. Now, George Mason did kind of edge towards Jimmy. Yeah, South Carolina going to go right on the lower side from Hinu. Hinu didn't have angles on that, so this is going to be interesting to see how Hinu decides to play this.
Mary Washington down, thanks to Pornhub once again. He might be the MVP of this game if all this is said and done by the end. But there's a lot of candidates now, with Hinu also got themselves 9 eliminations. Let's see. Limpliskit, almost 900 damage already. Oh just my rolling. Days. He's just rolling. MK14 in hand as well. Oh my days. That is crazy stuff. Centennial's making a big move up north as well. I think they realize if they stayed on that southwest side, there's 2 teams in there that are looking their way.
Here we go. The push came in from South Carolina. Big double knock there from Cold Pump. Open things up. Milky Way Blue trying to go from the other angle. And it looks like
them.
Yeah, he knew maybe just caught out a little bit. Split there. Bimp Liskit and Sluky were kind of keeping eyes on Centennial off to the north, playing around that compound, and that opened up a perfect window for South Carolina to make that push, and Bib Blisket will get spotted out. Colt Pup coming in huge for his squad.
Yes, he is. Really good stuff. We've really seen some star-making performances from some of these players in these games so far. As what is happening here? I don't think that anything more can happen from Haskell Indian. I don't think he can make the cross to make that res happen. Gats, though, doing so much damage once again on this side. They found themselves an opening on the north side, and it's worked out perfectly for them.
Whoa. Oh, got dropped down there. He had Centennial in a little bit of a rough spot of bother there, but was able to retreat. Good disciplined smokes being laid down by Centennial, giving themselves something to retreat back to. As Bimplisket will get flushed out. Sluky, the last one. Milky Way Blue will finish him off, though. And now South Carolina up to 9 kills. The top of the leaderboard, delivering in a huge way here with 2 games remaining.
Yeah, they're going to be making a big stretch for it on that last game as well. They may make it a 2-horse race if not careful. Carolina just absolutely firing on all cylinders right now at number 1. 63 points, not really the wins going their way. Centennial, tons of wins going their way, but they're still having a hard time keeping up. Now we see Carolina has moved into the compound. The circle's favoring Jimmy as well as George Mason. Again, who as 3 here, Poro, have been so commendable.
Absolutely. No, I mean, absolutely commendations to George Mason's and Centennial. I mean, both teams really kind of going out of their way to do what they know they needed to do if they were going to be a factor with 1 game remaining. Haskell Indian Nations, despite being out, doing that same thing as well. But at the end of the day, South Carolina, they could not afford to sit back on their heels and watch the game play out in front of them. They have been active. They've got 9 points, and they are securing that lead as all top 4 teams with 9. So the lead has not shrunk or grown at all.
Still a bit of north side control here from George Mason, who are shutting down Centennial. I think if Centennial wants any shots at being able to keep up with South Carolina, they're going to have to solve this part of the puzzle, and it's going to be hard because I think they're probably running out of smoke soon. And trying to move in against all of these shots coming their way as well, I think is going to be fraught with a lot of danger. Gats kind of abandons the angle, though. The thing is he doesn't have many shots left available to him on his 5.56. He needs a bit more. He's only got like 50 shots left here, mate.
Yeah, it's also interesting because they had Jimmy off to the side, so that was kind of really putting Centennial right up against the wall. As you see, what are they looking for here? Did they spot a? I might have spotted something. Thought they spotted something on the ground, looking for any amount of ammunition, any amount of utility. But Jimmy now the big problem here for Centennial, because where do you even move? Like they're got to be running out of smokes. There's nothing really over there that's safe to play, and George Mason has just been putting the clamps on them.
Yeah, the fact that Jimmy can still see them on this angle, and he does hit Pornhub here. So that is brutal now for them to try and deal with, because having that knock go down, the blue's going to be pushing them. Yep, and lose a vehicle. They're going to be losing tires. Where's the gas? Oh my God, what a shot underneath the car. And now across, realizing that he was trying to go try for the res. But this is terrifying here for Centennial. They're kind of losing a lifeline here in this game.
It's brutal. And I don't know what their vehicles even look like now, if they even have any left to play around. Again, you gotta imagine the smoke count probably pretty low, and it's just constant pressure from George Mason forcing Centennial to go right where they didn't want to go, and that's in the line of sight of South Carolina.
He's been traded ammo as well, so Gats can keep just opening up all of these wounds over and over and over. What can Centennial do to be able to get out of this? I will say, again, commendable on their side for surviving as long as they have with the smokes from tree to tree. Blues on their back now, though. These reses need to happen and they need to move. Are we? Okay, no, I thought he was going to deny there for a second, but just dips on in. And I think once they come out of these smokes, I think it's over.
Yeah, I mean, well, this is the problem for George Mason too, is that they pressured them so hard from downhill that they pushed them right into South Carolina's line of sight, gave up a point there, but they do end up collecting the rest. And George Mason now up to 11 points, but look at the lead that Hinu still has on them, still a 9-point lead. So George Mason needs to continue to find more production here as they've run into University of Toronto.
Yeah, I will say really impressive by George Mason, but I don't know if they're going to be able to fully catch up with what we're seeing here from South Carolina. It's very impressive stuff from them so far. Toronto, I always thought that they were going to be able to exist just above them here with George Mason, and it looks like, I mean, technically, I would say George Mason should be able to shut them down and take a second place here if South Carolina's got anything to say about it.
Oh, it's all down to Toronto, isn't it? If Dogeman can survive a little bit longer, South Carolina doing their due diligence, though, and they will spot out Dogeman on the low side. Colt Pup has been having an absolute banger of a game here so far. They get a few shots into him, but they will take him out in the end, and that is going to be at least second place points for George Mason. But can they pull off something magical here? South Carolina has been chasing the win all day long, and this is about as good a spot as you'll ever see for them.
There's going to have to be some magic happening from the side of George Mason to make this work on out, as now there is going to be South Carolina. They're going to be able to put the clamps here on George Mason, wrap on around, take more angles than them. Spray comes in here from Gats, doesn't quite do enough. 1,100 damage already done. Nade goes forwards. He does get the knock from Corporal.
Oh!
That's a big one to take. A second one as well here with the AUG. Is he going to be able to make this happen? It's now for a 2 versus 2. Nade,
Yes.
Amazing!
Oh, it's a perfect grenade. Gats is pulling off his magic. 1,300 damage. It is now a 2v1, and George Mason climbing from the depths of the leaderboard to put South Carolina up against the wall once again. Will flush out those kills, secure the points, and now it is just a matter of time before the smoke goes away, and George Mason pulls off an improbable victory in match number 5.
Did Gats have 10 kills? Did he have 10 eliminations? Is that what I just saw?
I think he might have.
He's just better. That's the problem. That's the problem. He's the name that we came into talking about with this tournament, and then they came into this game as a 3-man, and then they moved from place to place, and then they were able to finish it off against number 1. What a play. Yeah, I can't believe it, Poro.
Absolutely unreal stuff. And at this point, if you're South Carolina, what else do you have to do to get a win? They've been top 3 every single match today, and yet at the very end, Gats pulls off the hero play for George Mason and puts them right back in the mix. And when that overall leaderboard comes up, it is going to be very close.
Oh, I'm loving it, Stacks, because it's been great.
Not won any of these maps. They have been in the mix at the end every single time. I don't know if we're going to get a look at it coming right up here, but boy, it does set the stage for a wild, wild finish one more time on Erangel. Our final map is coming up right after this. You don't want to miss it. The conclusion of the Spring PUBG College Royale. Next. And welcome back one more time to the PUBG College Royale. Stacks alongside my good friends Porosaurus and Kalaris as we are through 5 out of 6. 5 maps down, 1 more to go on Erangel as George Mason finally gets one. Gats goes absolutely bananas and finishes the job. We'll get into our last run on Erangel in just a moment, but first, I want to give you a look in at an exciting new project from Krafton. No Law. Enjoy.
Port Desire. A city that don't belong to anyone, but everyone wants a piece. No laws, no oversight. Just the jungle creeping back in. Both the vines and the people. The mayor stepped in where the government couldn't. Said the city needed order, and they'd be the ones to bring it, keeping the peace on their terms. I walked away from it all, kept my hands in dirt instead of blood. But desire is a fickle mistress. The city won't let me go. It won't forget my name. I asked for nothing, and they still came and took everything. The mayors and anyone that stands in my way. Every last one of them. They're gonna learn something real simple.
All right, not gonna lie, guys, that looks sick.
That did look pretty sick.
Yeah, absolutely. I had a shrine to games like this before the last time they came out. Yeah, I'll be absolutely playing No Law. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, looking forward to that as well. Throw it on your wish list and get it when it comes out. All right, we've gone through everything else. We've kept the people waiting long enough, gentlemen. Erangel, map 6. We went to the northern half last time around, and when the dust settled there, South Carolina still held on with their 40 elim points, but George Mason put a massive dent in the gap between them and the top of the leaderboard as Gats goes nuts, and South Carolina had their hands full keeping themselves afloat.
It's actually wild that win was 10 of their placement points. They only got 4 placement points the whole rest of the day. Like that is that just goes to show you how George Mason is trying to play. But this is this was the plan the whole time. We're gonna go out there, we're gonna hunt eliminations, and if we end up making it to late game, we'll do our best to secure the victory and get those placement points. But so far the plan has worked to a T. The problem is South Carolina, man. They just are not going down without a fight. They have been so consistent through 5 games. It's going to be a lot to ask if they can do the same thing through 6. We'll see.
Yeah, if you're George Mason as well, imagine if you're not playing as 3. Imagine if you're playing as 4, right? And then somehow being able to make your way up towards this leaderboard. And the thing is that if you really actually want to put a dent in South Carolina, I think that South Carolina has been so consistent that I do think they're going to get to a late game again, unless something goes crazy awry. Unless Pennsylvania decides, you know what, we're going to drop on South Carolina this time and maybe take 1 or 2 knocks with us as well. But I don't know. I don't think it's going to happen.
Well, just to remind everybody, the placement points are going to be critically important, as will the elimination points. 10 points if you are the last team standing when we finish up with Erangel. Our last map is coming up here. 6 for second place, 5 for third place, and it just keeps progressively going down from there. 4, 3, 2, and 1. So again, you've got to survive. You've got to get into that top 50% to get any points at all. And that's going to put a lot of pressure on every engagement, every instance of scouting ahead, every communication. You can't have any letdowns as we look back at how it really, this is the Gats highlight reel. And was this the, Pornhub.
Oh.
This was a delicious 4-piece from Pornhub and Centennial. who, they got dinner back. They're still very much in it. They were looking, guys, at the prospect of potentially winning 3 out of 5 maps and still looking up at South Carolina. That's how great Carolina has been here, Poro.
They're doing a really good job of flipping on the switch. South Carolina, I mean, look, they had that compound for a long time, and I think they were sitting on about 4 kills. Finally, whenever they leave the compound, they do what they needed to do. They started being more aggressive, started getting into fights, and by all rights, probably should have won that game if it had not been for just the insane play from Gats to kind of clutch it out as a solo. 1,400 damage, double-digit kills, 10 kills. You just don't see that.
No, you don't. It's an unbelievable performance, Stacks.
Yeah, and we talked about these strategies, right? Of, okay, are you going to sit around the edge? Are you going to be conservative? Or are you going to take on engagements head on? And when you look at the leaderboard, the top 4 teams are all way, way ahead of everybody else in eliminations. You've got Haskell is in there in 4th place. They're 19 points clear of anybody. They've got 33 eliminations. George Mason's up to 39. I mean, Centennial, sure, they're 28. They're only 9 ahead of some of the teams that are outside that top 4. And then you look at South Carolina. They have not won a single map, but they have 40 elims to hold the lead right now by double digits over Centennial.
I don't know how somebody's going to be able to shut down Carolina if they get even halfway through this game as 4. I think that they're very good about picking their spot. I think even if they haven't been good about picking their spot, they've shown that they can play edge. They've shown that they've got some great gun skill to be able to make this work. I think the only threat would be a George Mason 4 strong. I feel bad for Centennial getting caught out the way they did in the previous game, because if they weren't caught on that edge side there, Stacks, I think they could have made a better meal of it. But we'll see if they can be the ones to keep it up.
South Carolina leads by 11. The final run of Erangel in the PUBG College Royale is underway.
All right, Poro, time to get down to business. The final game, and we are starting things off with everything going down with a very heavy playing path all the way through the middle of this map. So it's going to be fair for a lot of teams to be able to get themselves on board. Stacks, I know he was wanting a military circle, and you know what? I'm an agent of chaos, and I'd love that.
It's not outside of the realm of possibility with this playing either. And it's really just it's watching these top 4 teams in just an absolute dead sprint to the finish to see who is going to end up where. Now, obviously, first place, everybody's eyes on that. But when you look and see how close everybody else is, 2nd through 4th, there's a lot of scholarship money on the line for every single one of these placement points. So every elimination has to be finished off. You've got to make sure you secure those points. As where's George Mason going?
They're 4 alive. They've got 4 up.
Look at that.
They're back in.
They got Knifer back.
It's Knifer's back in.
All right.
They could make a run for it, mate. They could make a run for it.
It's going to be a lot more interesting. You see USC all the way down there to the southwest. They're going to be up here in Prim looting. So we'll see where the first circle decides to take it as we get another hot drop. Penn State did it last time. This time it's going to be University of Virginia, rather, pushing right into Hinu, and they're going to get the instant knocks and trades.
Bimp Liskit living up to his name, doing amazing stuff. He's rocking the microphone right now and rocking the University of Virginia alongside Swingham. Mend doing well, shutting down another hot drop. They have been embroiled in hot drops all day long, and almost every single time they've been able to win it out. And even if they've had knocks, they've been able to recover. So I don't know why people keep challenging them, but they are getting amazing points from it.
Well, yeah, you brought it up. As close as things are here, they're getting hot dropped and they're collecting points. They're getting even closer
every time
to South Carolina with every single one of these eliminations. Now the map, I haven't seen the map just yet, but the circle has gone to the southwest and it is right on top of USC down there, centering up just off to the east of Quarry. So that is already South Carolina in a great position here.
Liskit now just on an absolute tear here with the vector of all things. Steady aim, steady shots, steady sprays coming in from him.
No helmet,
he's being very aggressive about this push. He doesn't know he's on the wall. He actually might get caught off guard here. He turns around, goes for the shots. Oh, the reinforcement here from the PP Bison. Which actually...
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, it's being removed eventually on the next patch.
No,
so
not my PB.
that's our one time we get to see it.
Oh, I hate that. I love the Bison. Well, it's credit to Hinu that they knew that they had that guy, the last person there, and obviously you saw Ben Bliska just making that wild push. But what you didn't see is off in his periphery, you had two other of his teammates backing him up. So very disciplined stuff from Hinu. 4 eliminations now. They have put themselves within 10 points of USC, but USC has that dead center position, and now George Mason getting involved with Alberta A.
Okay, Gat's taking one to start things off alongside Jimmy here in this last game. Big stuff here so far. Imagine, though, if Hinu didn't have the 3 hot drops go down, they'd be 12 points behind. Just from those elims alone. How crazy is that they've been able to win out all 3 hot drops they were in?
Wild stuff.
Brilliant stuff.
Well, they gotta capitalize off of it, don't they? Like they gotta find some more success. But the problem for them is that South Carolina is just not leaving any windows or doors open. They are shutting everything down. Any hopes at trying to catch them, and this circle notwithstanding, as we see West Virginia and Penn State engaging in a long-range sniper battle, which no one seems to be winning yet.
No, really delaying each other at the moment. I need Pennsylvania 1 kill, 1 elim,
1 point,
1 placement point, anything, please. Okay, that's a knock.
That's a start.
Not on Duke Meister.
The Duke Meister has been taken down by Airo. And credit to Penn State, they didn't decide to hot drop Hinu again. So instead they decided to come over here. And unfortunately, West Virginia is the one that ends up right on their backs as Duke Meister is back on his feet. Once again, West Virginia back up to full strength.
There's still a world where Bimp Liskett can play against Duke Meister and do it all for the Dookie, maybe. But now, more shots coming in from Berg on the M24. Really good shots here so far.
Oh, God. Yeah.
I had to get it.
Look, we've been trying all day to figure out a way to get that one in, but it has just evaded us. You managed to do it.
I found a way.
You found a way. Credit to you.
I did.
Well, Berg not content to let these guys just survive. No, sir. You get that revive, and you get immediately run through as the Dacias plow through. They get down dancing banana, and now Berg in a little bit of trouble as the sprays from Penn State will get him low. A hero, though, has been spotted out. And now the last 2 members of Penn State will try to survive the onslaught from the vehicles through the field, but Penn State do get their first and only point before getting it taken down. So
they did it.
They did it. Mission accomplished. 1 point secured.
The biggest win. This is my favorite part about all of today. Yes, Penn State, you get yourself the point. Fantastic. But obviously, you are gone.
Obviously, you are gone. Good shots there from Berg. Just look at this one. Over the hill. Boop, through the bush.
He thought he was safe.
He thought he was. Look at that. Yeah. Sometimes the replay, you definitely want to have it as short. Well, short, you get the distinction of being the 1 point picked up by Penn State as we see St. John's doing a little crew action across the river.
That's good team building for a university team right there. Love that.
I know. It's great, isn't it?
There is one weird part of this, though. I guess they're going to this boat, and then... No?
Ooh.
We're going to Military Island. Now, the weird thing about going to Military Island is we ain't finishing there.
No.
That's not where it's going to be finishing.
Decidedly not. Well, Harrisburg, once again, getting themselves embroiled into early game conflict. This time, it's going to be Mary Washington that has tracked them down to the apartment buildings. Lad Galley looking through the windows, trying to spot out anything. Venta giving that overwatch, feeding that information down to the rest of the team. But they need to be careful about how they're doing this, because right now, Mary Washington is essentially just pushing into a straight 2v2.
Yeah, tough one here, trying to hold these stairs with the BTBs on. Not going to be the case, though, here. Lad Galley double here with the ace. Brilliant stuff. Harrisburg on their knees at the moment here, trying to deal with this. Neb finishing it off. And Mary Washington just a little bit more healing here and there. Did actually see him on the maneuvers there. So if he's able to get the spring on him, this could be an easy one for the finish off.
Yeah, Tego kind of been pinned down. Now, Life Green, once again, not anywhere near the rest of the team here. But Takiro could cause problems, so Mary Washington needs to be disciplined in how they approach this. They know exactly where he is, so make sure we collect all of our teammates. Go and push that as a duo, perhaps trio. You don't want to push into that MP5 blind. You find one, you find two. That's what happens if you just blindly push in. As 2 solos. Great work from Takiro.
So focused on the idea of, okay, is he up right on the very top of the stairwell? Doesn't really pay attention to the fact that it could be halfway the way down. Going for that TPP peak once again, and seeing when they want to try and push on up a little bit further away, gets himself off a heal as well, realizes that they're not here just yet. Maybe they're going to be going for that res, but a potential reinforcement coming along the way. I don't know if this is going to work out though.
We'll see if Life Green can get a way in here. Takiro is going to continue to just send utility down while Mary Washington is getting these reses off. They've got one. Looks like Neb might be next in line.
Oh, shame.
Just misses the door there. Unfortunate there. Now Venta will come and provide support. We'll hold the stair line just in case Takiro decides to do anything crazy.
I think they realize they should have this fight in the bag here if they want to slow roll it. Oh, I mean, the thing is that you're actually scuppering your chances a bit if you want to try and get to top 6 here for the money, right? So, for the scholarship money. So they are still with a shot of getting top 6, for sure, if they were able to get themselves towards circle. But they've moved out of these apartments at the moment. They see I'm actually driving towards them. This should be an easy cleanup. But Takiro actually gets one. Life Green another. He is down now as well. On Takiro.
I'm not sure what the play was there for Life Green, but he gets at least a run over, and it actually provides a little bit of a distraction. And now Takiro is singing with that dragon off. Finding the knocks, finding the flushes as well, securing points for Harrisburg, while now Mary Washington, again, just running.
Scary shift as well, all the way towards Ferry Pier, still leaving a lot of water, and that's going to get us an accelerated game state. The fact that there is so little land to actually work with along that long woods, as well as Ferry Pier. Skero, almost 500 damage at the moment.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, he runs him over. It's turned into a disaster here for Mary.
It sure has.
I don't think they've got any chance at a top 6 now.
No, that might have been done and dusted. Harrisburg will be the ones that put a wrench in their program here as we get a little bit of a replay of Life Green just causing problems, coming in and just perfectly positioning that Dacia to run over Neb. And good on Takiro for being Johnny on the spot, just taking advantage of that distraction as soon as it came in.
That was very much a spraying your mouth full of silver aerosol and going, "Witness me!" And it worked.
It worked. It worked. And that is all you can ask for in the end. Well, you did mention that new circle did pop. It did cut hard over to the east, but a lot of water still in. So that is going to take down some of the more prominent places that you would see teams kind of go for in a circle like this. As we see already, Alberta B. Oh, that's not the team you want to run into, is it? George Mason. They're looking at each other. Jimmy, he's going to hit Tay-Day. Instant knock.
You know, the problem here actually for the rest of the lobby is that if George Mason wins this, and I think that flare might end up bringing down a BRDM.
Oh, no.
Then all of a sudden, this becomes a huge problem because I'll tell you something. Gats is probably not going to let the mistakes occur. We've seen some other BRDM things. What is going on? He's coming in radial rental. It's not working out. Misto gets him.
Oh, he tried to breeze through, but he angled the vehicle in a bad spot, and Misto gets the knock. I haven't been able to get the flush just yet, but the blue zone has arrived. These grenades are beautiful, though, from Jimmy. That one might get Misto. Indeed, it does. Gats does get flushed out in the end, however. As now George Mason, they are without their big fragger, but they've got baby fragger, and Jimmy still causing problems.
Yeah, I'm realizing it's a messed up flare now as well, so there won't be that coming down. But they are looking to try and shut all of this here from Alberta B. Did they completely lose Gats? Is that what's happened? Yeah. It's well, I mean, you still got to clean up this fight, and I guess technically there is a world where they could try and get a res off if they finish it up. That'd be very important.
Yeah, Jimmy made sure to secure that chip. That was the priority. And now immediately just retreating on back, as this has become a lot more complicated fight now that they've lost Gats, and that the duo from Alberta B has been able to retreat into the hard cover.
Yeah, I think the comms at the moment will be like, get me up immediately. You know what I mean?
Do not
like,
do anything else. You have one goal, one priority right now. That is
saving Private Gats.
Exactly. Right? Well, Mary Washington, after running into Harrisburg, it looks like Official has been able to make his way into the yellows, but now he's got West Virginia just kind of circling around like a shark. And this is right on the edge of zone, so there's no reason for West Virginia to move just yet. They'll scout that out, and they'll see where the next position they want to go to is. As we see South Carolina once again, they're just in a compound inside circle. They are fine.
Yep, there was a bit of caution here, looks like, from George Mason, who wants to go and resurrect over at Gatka from the elimination. But Alberta A was actually driving past them whilst taking that fight against Alberta B. So it's like, okay, now we're trying to make this move here from St. John's. I am very surprised we're still on Military Island after all of this.
This is interesting. This is, I mean, but look, they've got a boat, they've got the free, they've got a crossover. Now the problem for them is that there's two teams inside of Ferry Pier that are going to be looking over in this direction. And look at that, Takaro actually gets the chips, blue chips of his fallen teammates, and Harrisburg going to get 3 back in. That's going to be rough sledding for them. We'll see where they decide to go as St. John's continue to just spray down onto Venividi out for Alberta A, who's in the water while the rest of his team is moving in from Quarry.
Ooh, if they see no cars over by farm here, then that actually might be massive.
That is a huge
for them to be able to get some gear on board, and I think they've identified it. That's really big for Harrisburg.
That's huge. We'll see if Harrisburg can survive a little bit longer. The problem for them is that they do have Haskell in Indian Nations University looking right down on them, and so Haskell will know that that is a light geared drop, as Jorwell actually going to get spotted out of the air by Bimp Liskett. Bimp Liskett doing great work here, as not sure what Venividi is up to.
You don't often see boat versus boat action, but here it is. This is fantastic. The problem is that there's a lot of people in this boat that can shoot at you, and you've only got one in yours, so you need to be a sweet seat swap if you want to try and fire back, but then you're not moving. So that is some very scary stuff at the moment. I am flabbergasted. This is some interesting stuff.
Yeah, and they're pushing right into Indiana Bloomington too, as Venividi will get pinched out by ODP. And now the attention back over towards St. John's, as they will have to make landfall on this beach just to the south of South Carolina, unless they decide to go Ferry Pier, which is equally dangerous.
Yep. Yes, it is. I think that it's probably the better Hail Mary, as it were, right? Like, try and crash in, maybe see if you can get on some of the shacks on the south side, or even just into the actual pier itself and try and exist on that, because we've seen teams in the past try and go for that as kind of a salvage play, or sometimes actually on the rock south of Ferry Pier. That's also another potential that they could go for.
Oh, George Mason, they weren't able to get the res off. And now it's just down to Jimmy as its Knifer gets picked out of the vehicle. They push into Alberta B, so Jimmy will survive a little bit longer here. I know Jimmy's got Gats' chip on him, but I think something may have happened.
It's coming down
with King Cora.
Gats is coming down.
Yeah, Gats. Okay, there it is.
Yeah,
but they did lose a couple more in the process, so it's just going to be the Gats and Jimmy show, and that might be asking a lot. But they are still close. They do still have a shot at getting second overall, but it's going to be tough, man.
I think Jimmy, the question is does Jimmy have things in the trunk of that car he brought with him? Because if he does, then Gats can have something available. But he's trying to scout out this compound. Gats is floating above it.
Look at Jimmy.
I'm not sure that there's... We need to see what's in that trunk, if he's got anything at all. Or does Jimmy give him stuff?
Well, Jimmy doesn't have anything either. Look at him. He'll give one gun away, but that's it. Like, he doesn't even have a head healing.
Gave him the helm.
Yeah, he said, you know what, Gats, I realize the situation here. You take all of this stuff. You get the peak battle going, and we'll see if we can find a way in.
Well, you got to know where your bread is buttered, really, don't you?
You sure do.
As much as Jimmy has been fantastic, right? No doubt about it. As now they're going to be driving, try and see what they can actually get done. They were trying to scout out this compound below them, and now they're going to be moving on down. They need to find themselves a position on this wall. There's vehicles here. and seeing if they can try and do something about all of this. Any extra loot is unbelievably important here to George Mason.
Yeah, they're splitting up rounds. Okay, Jimmy has a helmet now. He's got a vest. He's vibing. That's all he needs. Got the
Centennial.
Oh yeah, Centennial. Look at that. They run into Utah Valley as Gamer will get the knock on a Pwn Hub. Faye gets the flush. Centennial kind of falling to bits here as they were trying to hold out in Ferry Pier, but Utah Valley down to a trio.
Ooh.
They'll get Gamer knocked as well, as now West Virginia has made their way in from Ferry Pier.
Yeah, this is going to get dicey because it's kind of popping off everywhere. Gas is somehow doing something against the team that he's going up against with George Mason, as Alberta's trying to hold off here. Alberta A, of course, against this, but Gas did open up an opportunity here for them. And at the same time, Ferry Pier is going to get congested. And the problem for everybody as well is the fact that Carolina is just living rent-free in that compound that they have in the circle.
Yeah, I mean,
someone's got to dislodge them.
It's going to be rough. I think obviously we have the eye in the sky. We can see that South Carolina is basically assured a top 1 finish at this point, because nobody's going to be pushing that compound. But the battle for second, the battle for third, still well in play, as Dinner will get spotted out and taken down. So Centennial down to just 1 player, and they've got West Virginia knocking on the door.
I think the problem is that whilst we see this going down, I'll talk about it in a moment. This is important for Centennial. You're going to have to make miracles happen here if you want to keep yourself in the running for any podium, but it's not going to happen. Geoff is down, and that's Centennial almost certainly getting 4th place here unless something crazy happens. Now, the problem is, Poro, is that if the circle goes to Longwood and Haskell Indian Nations is able to play strong from the east side, they've already got 7 ellipses, and it does go to the Longwoods. This is going to mean that there is a world where they can catch up and take number 1 if South Carolina has to make a desperate move.
They've got to be active. Those 7 kills already, 7 eliminations, points climbing up there. There's 7 points removed from South Carolina right now. South Carolina's got a long way to go to make their way in, but they could be in a position to third party everything that's coming out of Ferry Pier right now, as West Virginia and UVU continue to scrap between each other. Toad Liquor with the Tommy gun in hand will get the spray down, but won't find the knock. And George Mason is done.
Teams. Yep, they're done. They're done, and so is Utah Valley here, going out in 10th. Good stuff, good cleanup. The fadeaway nade, but should be able to get this res going.
Look at this. It looks like Indiana Bloomington is starting to move over here to third party. This as well. St. John's has the blue right behind him. They were in a perfect position to try to take advantage of West Virginia. Yeah, they got to go for this. After seeing that knock in the kill feed, they've got to make that push. Mickey Pooh going to be the one that leads the charge just underneath that window. Not going to see anybody yet. West Virginia able to get it reset, though, and Dinks will get the knock on Atomic Denise.
Not bad at all, but a big spray here from Bergs as well to be able to get that trade off here once again. Dinks trying to clean things up as they do keep moving on through from this factory, be able to get that trade a little bit as well, as he's going to be able to pelt them from this hillside. Not bad at all. I see a world where it's going to actually come down to Carolina and Hinu on the other side here.
1 HP. West Virginia has been doing the most in this final game, trying to climb up that leaderboard. They've made it into 5th, but it's such a hard climb as they were so far back. Nice. And now Bloomington will get taken down, but that's going to be South Carolina that secures it. So 1 point now in the bag for USC. But Haskell Indian Nation, they're starting to get active. They're only 7 points back, and they've got eyes on everything coming out of Ferry Pier.
Yeah, damage as Alberta B comes in from behind them to try and shut them down. But this should be 3 points here, really, for South Carolina, as long as they're able to clean up this and even get Milky Way Blue maybe up. Clem hitting some brilliant shots there to be able to shut down exactly what was going on right behind them, as now another team's going to be trying to move in underneath them as well. WVU with those 2 still alive, trying to thread the needle with this Orm if he hits some of these shots.
Oh, Colt Pup. Only a few rounds left, but it might be enough. There's one. Hamster will go down. And now it's just 1 more remaining as West Virginia. Oh, look at this. He doesn't know. He didn't even look.
This might end up coming down to the 2 top teams being the last 2 teams alive, because they're coming in from both sides. They've got decent amounts of room to be able to work with. This could go down to the wire. The problem for Hinu will be the moving goalpost. If South Carolina can continue to make this work, as Bergen takes a ton of damage, short goes for the call pup knock and does knock it down, but Milk Blue does shut it all away, as well as Clem. This is absolutely insanity.
Very nicely
What a play.
cleaned up from South Carolina. That could have been a knock and a flush, and that would have put them in a bad way with where the circle has gone now. It's going back up to the north. So Hinu, they're doing what they need to do. 10 kills now for them. But as you said, the goalposts keep moving. South Carolina not resting on their laurels. They are being active. They're getting involved. They're getting the kills they need to maintain that top spot.
Yeah. If you're Hinu right now, you know that South Carolina is down on that southwest side. You have to shut them down and then go big off the back of it. There is a world where they could do that, where it could be their transitionary point into this next situation for this game, because the next head on the chopping block technically is South Carolina's, given the situation. But no! Oh, Cole Pup against Bimp Liskit!
Oh, no.
Shit, insta shutdown.
Oh, no. Hinu playing a little bit too cautiously, maybe. They didn't. I mean, we knew that they knew that South Carolina was down here. That was their one win condition, is to take out South Carolina. Whether or not they win or lose that fight, it doesn't matter, because if they lose, they're in second. If they win it, that's the only shot they had at taking over first place. But South Carolina, to their credit, look at how aggressive they're being. They get the knock on a Hinu. They know where Hinu is on the leaderboard, and they are coming in to clear this out and secure their championship.
Yeah, we've had amazing individual plays across the board here, but the consistency of South Carolina and Colt Pup with those arm shots towards the end might be the nail in the coffin here for Hinu, trying to make a recovery happen, but this is a perfect off angle. Dogeman also putting in the double against them. Oh, it is done. South Carolina is going to be reigning supreme here on the Long Woods, as it was a valiant effort here from Hinu to try and make it work, but there's just too much going against them.
Just a matter of seconds. That's all it took, and the little bit of second guessing on the part of Hinu to decide to not push into South Carolina and instead try to survive a little bit longer. That one decision made in just a handful of seconds basically put them at odds here. South Carolina just cleaning up now. As they take out Swingham, Clem will take out Sluky.
There it is.
And there it is. South Carolina will be your PUBG College Royale champion. Can they do it with flair here at the end, as Toronto will try to make the push in and go for the knocks? They get Milky Way Blue. Mr. Lemon barely surviving here, as Fuzzy will get taken down. It's Colt Pup against the rest of University of Toronto and one member from Harrisburg University in Takero off in the distance.
800 damage already done in here from Cole Pup. He has been the difference maker here for a lot of the moments for South Carolina, and can he do it once again? They've been Win has really been eluding them for a lot of this. He makes transitions across these trees, tries to get some great shots against Dogeman. He's got himself a molly as well. That could be perfect here to try and burn him away. He tries to dodge out of it a little bit. It goes a little too far. A nade against Cole Pup. It's perfect from Dogeman, but it's not going to matter for that #1 spot. South Carolina looking phenomenal here in the tournament, taking #1.
And we'll see if University of Toronto, with a win here, they could pass Alberta A for that 6th place spot, that last spot for scholarship money on the line here for Toronto. They only have one player left to take out, and it's Takero from Harrisburg playing out of the compound. And I don't think Toronto even knows that he's there, because this is the compound that they pushed from. So they assumed that they had that all to themselves.
I think so. Yep, I think so. I think they don't know where that snake is lying currently. But you're right. I mean, the thing is, for Toronto, what a story it's been just across 6 games, starting out going up against Hinu, losing out on the hot drop, being able to somehow make a recovery all the way towards the money here, as Tego has been good in this game for some salvage here for Harrisburg. Obviously, we watched him in apartments doing what he possibly could, really making magic happen here for the team to try and salvage them some points. But it's only a matter of time before they scout him out, before they shut him down. And they look like they're going to be making the jump here, Poro.
Mr. Lemon just driving around at this point, trying to see if they can spot out Takero. No helmet on Takero either. It's asking maybe a little bit too much for the solo heroics, especially when the blue is at your back. But University of Toronto, great rally here at the end. Obviously, they had higher hopes for today, given how they performed during those qualifiers, so strong. But today it was just all about South Carolina and how dominant they have been, despite not having won a game. They're just constantly in the top 3, constantly collecting eliminations.
I think it's dawned on them with this scouting. You've scouted out the entire field. There's only one place he could really be now, surely, in the compound, where you came from. A little bit of a slip-up on the scouting behind all of this, but as soon as the blue pushes him on in, he's going to have to go into those fields. They're going to be able to see him having a good old time driving on around.
Well, we'll see. Let's see, Takero, you got something in you, right? Got a tree.
Did he actually get away with this? Did he get away with this? Did they not see him? That's amazing.
I think it was timed perfectly.
Yeah.
But okay, are we gonna we're gonna continue playing around the tree?
Okay. Oh, there's no way they didn't see him now.
There
And it's the shutdown with the FAMAS. Oh, good stuff from University of Toronto. They take the final win. But the story of the day truly is South Carolina, ever consistent, ever amazing across all of these games. Joining us back, Stacks, to talk about this. It's South Carolina all day, baby.
It is South Carolina, basically wire to wire. I think the only time they didn't lead was after map 1. And I'd have to go back and even double check them because of all the eliminations. They were right near the top throughout all of this. But yeah, I think Centennial, they were 2 points behind Centennial after the first run of Miramar. And then by the time we were out of Miramar, it was everybody looking up at South Carolina as they are your College Royale champions. We can even go over the final point standings, which I believe are fully ready to go here. But what a performance out of Colt Pup, who was great all throughout. Really, and it really was everybody. I know we're going to talk about Colt Pup all day. Milky Way Blue had some great moments. Clem was excellent in support. Spuddy was outstanding. Just everybody. It's a full team effort, as it always is, to pull off a win like this.
Absolutely, and the fact that they did it with somebody nipping at their heels basically the whole time, like holding on to that lead when you saw Hinu have some amazing performances. You saw George Mason deliver just an insane performance, and then everybody was nipping at their heels. All it would take for South Carolina to lose this is one misstep. Just one misstep, and they would have been wondering what could have been as far as like they're getting the victory and getting the wins. But in the end, it was just so clutch from them, and just a great job all the way around. But as you said, the entire team, an entire team performance.
And Haskell did everything they could. You know, they picked fights. They were aggressive.
Yeah.
They did everything they could until right at the end. And what was the constant theme? We went in, even into this final map, talking about how kind of fortune favors the bold. The ones that go aggressive and are willing to take on fights, they're the ones who are going to be successful. That's exactly what happened. There was just that little hesitation from Haskell, and then they get caught out, and USC closes the door.
Yeah, the only way to try and actually round that out and go jump from 2 to 1, because there was no one going to be challenging 2 by that point, right? Is you have to try and do something about Carolina at the bottom. But Colt Pup with the Orm, before they even tried to make a move, you saw it there as Bimplisket actually went down as soon as he got in the car, thanks to that Orm shot. Colt Pup was having none of it. Even if they were going to be pushing over in that direction, he'd stopped it in its tracks before it even occurred. So brilliant stuff by Colt Pup, brilliant stuff by South Carolina all around.
And when you look at these standings, one thing I want to point out, even if you take away Carolina's placement points, just their eliminations alone would have put them in the money just behind Centennial. Never mind, the points they get from their placements, which they were consistently right there in the final few teams. Just, again, being very aggressive, but also very smart about it. 51 elims leads them to an 82-point total. And then we see Toronto stealing the last bit of scholarship prizing out of Alberta A, and that means unfortunately Hamster comes away with nothing, despite being a god among men through the middle maps. As we look at the prizing breakdown, folks, first place, 6K going to the boys from South Carolina. Haskell Indian Nations University, they're going to be your runner-up, getting 4,000. 3K going to George Mason, who just edges out Centennial for 1,004th place. And then West Virginia and Toronto will each end up with $500 in scholarship prizing.
And
Well, that was a lot of fun, and we're going to do it all over again, guys. We're going to do it in the fall of 2026 as well, so start kind of circling big swaths of dates on your calendar for the open qualifiers and then the grand finals, as we will see the PUBG Esports College Royale return in fall of 2026. And guys, let me get your thoughts real quick. After all of this that we've seen here today, I'm already jacked up for another run back here and seeing all these guys do it again to see how many new faces enter the fray.
Yeah, no, this was a lot of fun, and honestly, the fact that we had 4 or 5 teams that were all kind of in the mix for things was really exciting to watch. A lot of fun to watch. So all credit in the world to South Carolina. A fantastic performance from them. But Haskell Indian University, like, fantastic performance from them. George Mason, obviously, you know, we expected a lot of gats, and he delivered in a big way for his squad. Shout out to West Virginia as well. A huge game for them at the end to put them back up into the money, as well as Toronto doing the same thing. So just I'm looking forward to fall.
Almost 2,000 damage done by them towards that last game as well, right? Obviously, we got to see some brilliant star-making performances from the likes of not only Gats, but the likes of Hamster, from the likes of Misto being able to hold off the Gats aggression coming the way as well. Cole Pop looking great every single game here for the team that was able to take it all. I think that the level of play overall was awesome to watch as well for this, and I'm looking forward to the next one. It was a really, really fun time. Really good 6 games from these teams.
A great day of collegiate PUBG all around. It is the South Carolina Gamecocks. They'll start blaring Sandstorm as they are on top. They are your spring College Royale champions. We'll see as we do it all over again in the fall. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next school year.